And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today's date is Friday, December 29th, 2023. I believe this is the third to last day before the new year, and we will officially be in 2024. My God, did this year go by so fast. The older that I get, the quicker time just seems to slip away. Slipping away, slipping away. Just like my hairline, slipping away. Oh boy, do I miss the 90s. Limp Bizkit, Eminem, Spice Girls. Back when I was still young and fit and free. But I digress. Welcome to the show, everybody. My God, is it good to be here. Once again, another great episode rolling out of the tank. Today's guest is none other than Cate Montana. Cate Montana is an author of many books, including Cracking the Matrix, which features 14 keys to individual freedom. We will certainly talk about her other books, but I definitely want to focus on this one because it sounds like such a fascinating topic. We'll get to her in a moment. I do want to remind you to go to endofdaysradio.com, where you can catch up on all things End of Days Radio, from who's coming up on the show next. If you need to grab my email, if you want to read some articles I've written, which I really need to update, by the way. It's been a while since I wrote anything. If you want to donate to the show, click on that donate link, or you can always donate through Bitcoin as well. If you want me to come on your show, then you can email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. I do guest appearances, promote my show and my upcoming works. Also, I did want to talk about something really quick. I just want to be clear on something. This is not like most shows here. This isn't a show where we censor people or we tell people to zip it We don't do that here. We don't stifle people. We don't quiet them down. If somebody has something to say, I stay out of it. I let them say it. If somebody has something negative to say, I let them say it. You don't have to be positive about anything on this show. You can say whatever you want, is what I'm trying to say. I don't believe in censorship. If you disagree with me, if you disagree with a guest, if you disagree with somebody on panel or somebody else writing into the show, whatever, that's okay. You can have your own opinion. You don't have to have the same opinion as me. You don't have to believe in the same things as me politically, spiritually, whatever you believe, you are free to express yourself on this show. Now, there's one topic that we stay away from purely because we don't want to lose this show and lose this platform, but that's the only reason we do it, right? We don't want to lose all the work that we put into things. That's it. Other than that, gloves are off. You can say whatever you want to say on here. We don't censor profanity. We don't censor, sexual things. Don't go too far with that, obviously. It's not a smut show, but I'm not here to censor you. Yes, Raven, no talking about that particular word. Yes. And that's only because I have felt the hammer several times and was told basically, cut it out now or it's over, Johnny. Right? I'm not happy about it. It doesn't make me feel good. It feels contradictory to who I am and what I'm trying to do. But yes, we do stay away from that topic. But enough monologue. Let's get to the itty gritty. Let's bring on our guests. Enough wasting time. Here we go. Hello.
Hey, Daniel.
Hi, Kate. How are you doing
your
today?
introduction, and I like I like that the gloves are off, and I can let my potty mouth run rampant.
Of course. Go ahead. If you'd like to spew an hour-long tirade of vulgarity, then feel free. That's
No.
what we're here for. Okay. You don't have to, but if you want to, I'm here for you. But let's go ahead and start off with a little bit about you and your background. If you wouldn't mind me asking, where are you originally from? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in the back east in Virginia, in the South. I didn't inherit a Southern accent, so I don't talk like this. But I think somewhere in the 80s, I moved to the Pacific Northwest to Olympia, Washington. And
You're kidding me. You're from the PNW.
Yeah. You must be in Seattle, huh? The Emerald City?
I am indeed.
Yeah. Loved it until I was so done. And Hawaii called. Very shocking. I was actually on a book tour back in 2017, and not for cracking the matrix, but for a book called The E Word, which is about ego and enlightenment. But anyway, and I was just in between gigs, and a friend invited me to Maui, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll go to Hawaii and have a visit. The island called me. It was very, very clear. And I was looking for a new spot. So I've been here for almost 6 years now.
Oh, right. Yeah. You told me you were in HST time, and I was thinking, embarrassingly, what is HST time? Is she making up words now? Oh, okay. I see. She's in Hawaii. All right. But that's awesome. I mean, I've often wondered what it'd be like to enjoy a warmer climate, something tropical.
Something that's sunny a lot. But I live at 4,000 feet up on Haleakala volcano. So it's very much like the Pacific Northwest. It's like right now it's probably 67 degrees and it's cloudy out. I could not take beach weather. Sorry. Too hot. So, but I go to the beach pretty much every day.
Awesome. Are you into like fishing or surfing or shell collecting or anything like that?
Swimming and paddleboarding.
Any danger of sharks?
Hell yeah.
Okay. I can imagine. I mean, a tropical climate. I'm afraid of sharks even up here.
Yeah,
I don't go wading in the water.
Yeah. There are certain times and certain indicators where you don't go in, but hey, it's still a crapshoot. So, but that's not really true because it's a matter of consciousness. It's like being eaten by a shark is not on my trajectory. It's not where my mind, it's not where my heart, and it's certainly not where my consciousness and my lifeline is taking me. So, I'm not foolish, but I don't worry about it so much. We have a lot more. We have a lot more to do with what happens in our lives than we like to think. It's not all accidental. Shit happens. I'm kind of iffy about that. Yeah, shit happens, but the more confused, the more negative, the more negativity, the more a lot of unprocessed fears, a lot of unconscious fears, the more that kind of like is the sludge sitting at the bottom of the barrel in your being. It's just that's you start pulling the mirrors, the danger, the accidents, the issues, the problems that match those subconscious and unconscious fears and issues. So yeah. At least I like to tell myself that when I'm in the ocean, so I don't have to worry about sharks.
Definitely. Sorry about the little pause there. I just needed to make sure that our stream was working. It sounds like the move to Hawaii had a spiritual element to it. I'm getting that impression.
Very much so. Actually, I was here. I was on the beach on North Shore. The third day I was on Maui. And I was looking for a new place, but I'd never even thought about visiting Hawaii, let alone living here. And I literally felt the spirit actually of Haleakala volcano reach out and pull me into the volcano and rock me and just say, "You come home. Let me take care of you." And I was like, whoa, okay. And so I went back to the mainland, sold everything I owned, shipped my car, and here I am.
You mentioned you were working on one of your past books.
Mhm.
I mainly was looking into your last book you wrote, but I'd love to hear about this. It sounds like it was based on the ego.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've been in the whole spirituality new age arena for many decades. Let's just put it that way. And so, the hot word, the button, the big word is enlightenment. Everybody wants to ascend or be enlightened or, which fundamentally I chased that for 30 years because basically life on earth it was hard. It's hard. This is a tough rock to live on. And, so anything that offered bliss, eternal happiness, knowing what the hell's going on, getting out of the confusion, getting out of the rat race, God, all of that. And I was like, yeah, I want enlightenment. So, I meditated a lot. I figure I probably put in at least 25,000 hours of meditation. And so I had a lot of breakthroughs, what would be called enlightenment, which would be called enlightenment, where Cate Montana, it became really clear like that I'm not Cate Montana. I'm not this body. And the idea of Cate Montana is an identity and it's a concept in my brain, and my humanity is a concept because none of this is really physical anyway. If you look at quantum physics and what quantum physics has been telling us for over 100 years now is that E equals mc squared. And mass and energy are equivalent. So we have the appearance and we have the experience. We have the experience of being in a physical body, in a physical world. But it's all really energy. There's nothing tangible at the bottom. There's no little particle, little grain of something that's the foundation of our experience here. It's all fields of energy.
And that's something that I kind of struggled with myself because I feel like we're constantly bombarded by this push towards a more materialistic perspective they call science, but science, from what I've come to understand, is exactly like you said. It's a lot of like the metaphysical stuff, the quantum mechanics, and things of that nature. All of that seems to point to a more spiritual existence. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like when they say science, they're really talking about science.
Yeah, well, ever since the age of reason and scientific method, and it's all about reductionism, and we want to find the tiniest piece of particle of mass that that is the foundation of the earth. And of course, then they were pretty shocked to discover there is no little teeny tiny particle; it's all energy. So they've been trying to wrap their heads around that for the last 100 years, and so is everybody else. But basically, Daniel, truth is truth. And whether the mirror of truth is quantum physics, or whether it's Buddha or Christ or some guru, or whatever, truth is truth, and it shows up. And it's all a puzzle. It's a great mystery being alive here on this earth. There isn't anything that isn't really paradoxical. But so back in, God, it was a long time ago. It was 2007 when I had my enlightenment breakthrough and realized that Buddha was right, is that we're not human beings and we're not really physical. So now I know why all the statues of Buddha have him, like, ha, 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 ha. It's just like, it's a big fucking cosmic joke when you really get it and you really see past the matrix of who we think we are. But in the meantime, it's like, what the reason I really dove so deep into spirituality and meditation was basically to get out of here, because I was fundamentally unhappy on planet Earth. I did everything right. I was a good girl. I didn't do too many drugs. I graduated from college. I started a career in television. I was in network television working for NBC Sports, ABC Sports, and ESPN. And so I had a great life and everything that I was supposed to have and all the material stuff. And I wasn't happy. I was exhausted.
Sounds like you were a little depressed.
I wasn't depressed until I hit 30 and I was drinking too much and I had just gotten a divorce, and I was just like, I've done society's happiness formula for 30 years, and I was like, I'm not happy. What the hell? The only thing I didn't do was have a baby. That was kind of the last thing. Well, you haven't had a kid yet, and that'll make you happy. And I was like, no, I'm not going to go there. So the only other path was inward. And so that's how I got on the spiritual path, looking within, asking just the fundamental question, who am I? What am I? What is this? What is this place? Why am I here? And it seemed like those were the only really important questions to ask. And so I asked them, and that's all I focused on. And there's an old saying that seek and ye shall find, and it's jolly well true. If you are passionate and sincere and really want to know about something, and you're going to pursue it, and then everything in your energetic field, everything in your mind, your body, because you do whatever physically you need to do to pursue your passion. Mine was, who the hell am I? So I read books, and I traveled to India, and I studied with a guru, and I studied with another guru. And so, I pursued physically, I pursued spiritually and mentally. So every part of my being was aligned with this quest for understanding. And so more and more understanding has not been given to me. It's just showed up because, have you ever, okay, so here's the thing about reality. It's, you're driving a Toyota, but all of a sudden you really kind of have you really are attracted to a SUV VW. And you've never really looked at SUV VWs, but you've seen one and it's kind of cute. And then all of a sudden you go, I think I'd like an SUV VW. And then all of a sudden, Jesus, everywhere you look, they're VW SUVs everywhere, whereas you never saw them before, So it's like wherever your nose is pointed, that's where you're headed, and that's what's going to show up. So it's just kind of practical, but we make it very spiritual and mystical. But when it comes right down to it, it's learning how the world works.
Yeah, I've had a lot of things happen like that, similarly, where a certain topic will come up in my life. I'll see a billboard, or I'll just have a random thought, and then I get hit by it again from some unforeseen angle. Like, you know, at first I hear something on the radio, then the next day I'm watching a TV show and it happens to be about that topic, or you know, I have a dream or something. I seem to run into this stuff almost like something's narrating my life, or there's an occasional theme that pops up like a TV show, and I've never really been able to explain it, but it seems like something out there wants us to learn.
Well, the whole thing is this whole out there thing, whether it's Jesus or whether it's God, the Abrahamic God, or whether it's Buddha or whatever, the Christ self, the higher self. You know, it's maybe it sounds egocentric, and it always does, but it's like, you know, there's really nothing out there, Daniel. It's all in here. That was the fundamental teaching of Jesus Christ, is the kingdom of heaven is within you. He didn't say kingdom of heaven is out there with Yahweh or with so-and-so or with President whoever. You know, it's not out there. Nothing. If you really want to get into quantum physics and energy fields and reality, there really isn't anything out there. It's all in here. We really do. You know, how your mindset is what shows up. So that really puts the whole nature of reality, like there's a fixed, hard and fast, there's one reality. That is bullshit. Did you ever see a wonderful movie back? It was done with Johnny Depp and, of all people, Marlon Brando, back in 1995, called Don Juan de Marco?
I am familiar with that movie. Wasn't he like a ladies' man, or like
he was a young man, and he thought he was the Don Juan from Lord Byron's book, the greatest lover ever. And so a woman rejects him, and he threatens to commit suicide, and he's taken to a mental hospital. And so Marlon Brando's the doctor, a psychiatrist, and anyway, but he gets sucked into Don Juan's story, because Don Juan's reality is that he is this greatest lover. What's interesting, though, is that, you know, at a point in the movie, you know, Marlon Brando, the doctor, says, "Do you realize you're in a mental institution and not my casa, and that I am not Don Louis de whoever you think I am, and you're not a guest in my casa. You're in a frickin' mental institution." And Johnny Depp goes, "Well, yes, of course, I understand that, but that's how you choose to perceive this situation here, and I see it this way." And his way of his joie de vivre, his love for life, his love for women, his love for his own being, his love for life is so contagious that, you know, by the end of the movie, Marlon Brando has quit being a psychiatrist, and he and his wife have gone off onto an island with, you know, Don Juan to meet Don Juan's greatest lover, and they all live happily ever after. But it was just so telling that it's just like, yeah, okay, you may be in a mental institution, but who's to say the inner reality that you're experiencing? Because it's subjective, does that mean it's not true?
I like that. You're making me really want to watch that movie. I think I did see it a long time ago.
It was, 1995, yeah.
Doesn't the guy he's talking to, the doctor, whoever he is, doesn't he actually start calling himself Don whatever at the end?
Yeah, Don Louis, yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
It's a very sensual film as well. It's exquisite. And so, you know, back to that whole question about how, you know, worried about sharks. It's just like, you know, when you begin to know yourself sufficiently, and you become aware sufficiently of how the contents of your mind, when you are, you know, when you know why the hell you're being triggered by X, Y, or Z, when you're familiar with your own ground of your own being, then the worry can start to slip away, because, as I say, let's take the shark scenario. I am so focused and so filled with life, and my, and the ongoingness of my inquisitiveness about life and about creating a new reality and getting out of this shithole reality that we've created with AI and totalitarianism and mind control and the unspeakable thing that starts with the letter C, and on and on and on, and mandates, blah, blah. It's just like, I don't want that reality anymore. I want to create something new, but the new has to come from the new wine inside you. You can't be thinking the old bullshit thoughts and having the old fears and the old competition and the old insecurity and the old comparing yourself to everybody else and be driven by all that stuff. You can't bring the old mind to the new table. The new table ain't going to show up with the old mindset. So it really is about changing your mind. And actually, this is really bizarre, but after 30, 40 years in the whole spirituality arena and all that meditation, I just really realized that, there wasn't anything out there. God isn't out there. Salvation isn't out there. My higher self isn't out there. It's all, again, in here. So it's been really interesting to realize that my safe place actually is in my body. My safe place is being embodied and an embodiment of love that I am. So that is going to create the pathway, if you will, for the ongoingness of my life. So if I'm familiar and know that I'm really in alignment and aware and in tune with life, with love, not, romantic love and not overly sexual love, but love is the fucking life force that creates universes and takes them out. So love and life, the unbelievable infinite power of that's what love is. So when you recognize that that's where your head's at more and more and more, rather than the old matrix of what we've been taught to think and believe about ourselves from religion and from education and from politics and philosophy and all of that stuff, then you don't have to worry so much. You can play more.
Yeah, a lot of times, I have thoughts like, boy, I was born, and before I even had really a chance to observe anything, I'm thrust into the schooling system, and it just kind of felt like they were preparing me for a life of slavery in the workforce. And then, I try to make money, which is never enough to really make ends meet. Barely, you're lucky if you can barely make ends meet, and then you die.
Yeah. What a shit life. Who would want to do that?
Yeah,
And that's what we've been programmed. That's why I wrote Cracking the Matrix, is we've been programmed into this idea that this is all there is. That this is life. Get on with it. Get over yourself. Deal. And it's like, whoa. Because the whole message, all right. So the whole message that we've been taught, and it really shocked me, Daniel, to realize that the message from mainstream society, the mainstream media, spirituality, and the main message from Christianity, the Abrahamic religions, were all the same message, and was that you're not enough. You suck. You're a piece of shit. You're corrupt from your get-go because you were born in a body, and we all know the body is just not the place to be. That's just the base corrupt the foundation, and you've got to improve yourself. You've got to struggle. You've got to fight. You've got to be better, thinner, richer, prettier, more successful, more money. And then spirituality is just, you have to be more spiritual, you have to be more loving, you have to be more pure, you have to be more selfless. It's just like, the whole message in the Matrix is you're a piece of shit and you're never going to get out of this place, and you're getting your just desserts. And you think this life is tough and stinks? Well, it's only a mirror to you. We have been sold this bill of goods that we are these pieces of poo. And, and that is that is a, I'll call it satanic, but that is a I call it an interdimensional interference, an interdimensional intelligence agenda that has been programming this planet for, I don't know, I've tracked it back at least 5,000-6,000 years. And so we've got this agenda through religions and through all of society that is messaging it, pulsing us literally with constant message of dysfunction, of confusion, of lesser than, of struggle, shove, push, go. Whoa. We're actually we're spirit. We're beings of pure love. We're having this, what appears to be a physical experience that isn't even fucking physical. So, so the levels of programming and deception, the levels of matrix, that movie when it came out in 1999 with Keanu Reeves is just like, was a little bit of a different scenario, but is fundamentally the same situation that we find ourselves in today. We have been trapped in a matrix, a mental matrix, a thought matrix, a prison of the mind. Morpheus stated it clearly. You are in a prison for your mind. So, and it is, and it's based in one fundamental lie, is that we're corrupt, lousy, crappy beings. Not true. That we're filled with aggression and violence and conflict, and you just can't trust anybody else, and you certainly can't trust yourself. This is the message to bring us down so we can be controlled.
I mean, when I first watched the Matrix movie, I saw it in the movie theater, and I was probably either a kid or an early teenager at the time, and it was a spiritual experience for me. I walked out of the movie theater thinking, wow, that was the best movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it was literally like a religious experience. That's the best way that I could put it.
Yeah. You and a lot of people.
Yeah, it really. And I think we were expecting the sequels to be equally as enlightening, and they probably didn't quite live to the expectation that the first one created, because it was literally something that comes along every once in a while and made me see things totally different. I never questioned reality in an intense way until I seen that movie. Then everything was about the Matrix, all these comparisons, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have any theories on why a movie like that was created? Like, is it from some positive force that's trying to tell us something?
There's two schools of thought about that. Sure. I mean, people are waking up all over the place in every genre, entertainment, literature, even politics, most likely. But and there's also there's also a lot of truth being put out in movies like Gattaca, The Matrix, that these dystopian futures that where we're all controlled and we're in a totalitarian regime and you're all chipped and all of that. And so there's an apparent, I mean, I'm not really familiar with this, but there's an apparent requirement in satanic environment that you've got to inform the victim of what you're doing. You got to, and if you inform, if you show your hand and this is where we're going, and this is where we're going, and you look at all these dystopian movies and it's like, this is where we're going. Total Recall. Geez. I mean, when was that made? Then that, and you don't, and people don't stand up and throw off the shackles and just poke their head out of the matrix and go, no, I'm not going to be a drone in your stupid corporation. No, I'm not going to get a chip. No, I'm not going to go with a digital ID and digital currency. No, I'm not going to take the in the arm. I'm not going to follow this agenda anymore. It's like, that's the last thing that they want. But it's just like, but when these movies and this information comes out over and over and over, and it's just like, we told you guys. And so the position is you were warned. I mean, all of the stuff from the from the World Economic Forum, all of the Davos meetings are recorded and released on the fucking internet. all of the information about the in the arm is available. You have to make yourself available to it. You have to do the work. You have to show up and go, no, this isn't a lot. This isn't the world I want. Doesn't feel right. And, and if we don't do that, then we get what we deserve. Because
yeah, that's a big primary part of this. And
huge.
you mentioning it, it's drawing up all kinds of memories. Like I'm thinking of, I think it was at a particular Olympic game where they had the beds floating around, and I think it's like a Grim Reaper floating above everybody, and it's talking about coming up, and that's not the only one. Like they're constantly putting the agenda out there, and even like in the past, like they found out about the Bavarian Illuminati because lightning struck some messenger on a horse, and he fell off his horse, and they find the guy and they pull a letter out of his pocket, and he sees whoever found it sees all these plans that these people have to manipulate society and do this and do that. It's almost like they sent the guy out there because they wanted somebody to find it. Like a lot of these writings, even I'm comparing some of these things that they say are hoaxes to what you're describing. I think they use the word revelate, or the phrase revelation of the method. And even in their own so-called alchemical text, or what they often call hoaxes, they're doing the same thing. They're telling us exactly what they're going to do, yet for the common person, it's just so unbelievable. Maybe because they're afraid of having to do something about it. I'm not sure, but it's disturbing.
It is. And, the very fact, one of the things that when I wrote Cracking the Matrix is just like, well, I mean, I started writing Cracking the Matrix because when the C word happened in 2020 and the world went insane and lockdowns and everything happened that it happened, that's when I got out of my spirituality bubble, which is all about focus on the light, focus on the happiness and happy thoughts and positivity. And, and if you do that, everything will be just wonderful. And I'd done that for 40 years and I'm like, wow, well, look at the world. Holy shit, what is really happening? That's what broke my bubble. And so I turned around at that point and went, there's something else afoot on this planet. I have known about interdimensional and astral negative forces for freaking ever. I mean, I experienced a lot of this when I was a kid. I experienced really gnarly astral attacks when I was moving energy through my body and moving into a more enlightened state, if you will. In meditation, I had a lot of psychic attack. Because the agenda is they don't want anybody waking up. So I had all of this interdimensional astral experience, and all of a sudden I just went, well, and I started researching evil, and then I ended up writing a book called Cracking the Matrix. But I was so shocked, Daniel, to realize that every civilization on every continent for the last 5,000 years has written about this interdimensional, gnarly negative influence. The Greeks call them the archons. Of course, the Christians call it Satan, Beelzebub, whatever, the devil. It's Iblis, the Wetiko. Lucifer. Okay, the Native American, I think the Algonquin tribes refer to this force as Wendigo. Another Native American, I think it's the Iroquois Nation, refers to it as Wetiko, the mind parasites. The Hawaiian Kahunas call it Eepa, the evil dark whisperers. Carl Jung. And then I was like, oh my God. So Carl Jung even identified it, called it the antimimos, the evil rulers, then equated it to the Antichrist. And so I was like, well, holy shit, we have known about this. Some of the finest minds throughout history have written about this interdimensional, non-physical, negative, degrading, debasing influence on humanity. Why are we still acting as if we don't know that this exists? So my next question was, well, why is it invisible and why are we not dealing with it? And so there was so many different answers that came up with that, Daniel. It was like, well, number one, let's take religion. Christianity, all the Abrahamic religions, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all label this force Satan, Iblis, Abaddon. And I'm like, but they have made it ludicrous. Okay, it's this horned thing, red skin, with a tail and with a pitchfork. And it's just like, that is ludicrous. So they've taken something very real, and this is the twisting of so many teachings, Daniel. And why we haven't seen this shit is because, number one, well, let's make it farcical and unbelievable. And that's what Christianity has done with this force, naming it, and the evil dark Satan, like it's one individual. And as I say, cloven hooves and horns and shit. And it's just like, okay, so let's make fun of it. That's one way to keep it off of everybody's radar. Because I don't know about you, I was raised in the Episcopal Church, and I was taught that Adam and Eve came along and created all of humanity without ever committing incest, and and Eve was tempted. We're all in a shitstorm because a snake gave a woman an apple in a garden, and it's just like, who believes this crap? I sure didn't. So Satan was right along with who believes this crap. So, okay, so make it ludicrous. That's one way to make it invisible. Make it scary. Let's put it in the movies. Let's do all of the, oh God, what was that? Linda Blair with the Exorcist. Make it terrifying. Holy shit. So make it terrifying. So I'm not going to look at that either. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to think about it. I'm not going to talk about it. So, okay, make it ludicrous, make it scary. Then
I know what you're talking about, because I've kind of thought similar things myself. Like when people tell me, oh, there's no such thing as evil spirits, et cetera, I think this person might just be really afraid. And it's more comforting to think to yourself, it's a bunch of bullshit, rather than entertain the idea that there could be like something that pops up in front of your face in your house, or pops around a corner, or something like that. Because the idea of something being able to interact with you like that is terrifying. And sometimes the only way people can sleep at night and not think about the boogeyman in the closet or under the bed is for their parents to come in and say, hey, this is all fiction, it's all fake, you have nothing to worry about. And then suddenly you feel relaxed. But and I'm not trying to tell people out there that they have something to worry about, but to act like these things don't exist, well, that's not really true.
Well, look at the fucking world around us. We've got a lot to worry about. One of the things, here's the thing. Human beings are innately loving and compassionate and care about one another. We're being given a picture that we're not that. But the very fact that we can't believe that satanic rituals exist, that we can't believe that Carl Schwab at the WEF in Davos is planning, AI augmentation and chipping everybody. We can't believe that, I'll own nothing and that I'll be happy. We can't believe that this is being perpetrated upon us because we're decent. We are fundamentally decent, loving beings. We are spirit. But the messaging is anything but. So the very fact that we can't hardly believe our eyes, Daniel, that all this shit's happening, is because of our innate sweetness and naivete. Because of that. So I'm going to get to the third prong. So we've got make this force ludicrous, make it too scary to look at. And then there's the whole new age, which is just look at the light. It's all up there. It's your Christ self. It's your higher self. It's your enlightened self. It's God. Go to the light. Go to the light. Leave your body. Get out of here. Go to the light. Only look at positive things. Don't look at that. Don't look at the dark. Don't look at the dark. Don't look at the dark. You'll attract it to you.
Oh, I hate when people do that. I get hit with that a lot. Like,
of course you do.
You're talking about negative things. You're lowering everybody's vibration. You're working for the bad side.
Yep. So again, we're not going to look at it. Now, here's what blew my mind, Daniel, is when I finally turned around and I took the glasses off and I looked and investigated. number one, the entire world and the history of the world and what's going down in the world today, everything suddenly made sense. That there is a negative, entropic, anti-life, interdimensional intelligence warping our reality, working through weak-minded, greedy people who can be penetrated and possessed and taken over. Because these entities, they're non-physical. They don't have the power to pick up a freaking pen. Got to work through us. The devil made me do it. Yeah, well, I was influenced. I heard voices. Something prompted me to, dismember my sister. It wasn't that person, but they were driven, impulsed. These forces impulse us through wherever we're wounded and wherever we have trauma, whether it's mental, emotional, physical, or spiritual. Or
have you heard the stories about like these people that somebody found them in the woods and they're naked and they're like eating a deer raw, stuff like that? Like, I mean, obviously to me there's something voodoo or demonic going on there.
I've done a lot of medicine with medicine work with shamans down in the Amazon, in Ecuador, and in Peru. And this is nothing new to the shaman, to the real shamans, not the new age airy fairy shamans who take a weekend course and then, think they're going to throw shamanic ceremony with ayahuasca and cut it with LSD to guarantee somebody has a trip. but the real shamans who have spent and been raised in the jungle and been raised in their whole life trained to do this work is to work with these interdimensional forces and see these possessions. These demons, if you will. That's a good word for them, a demon, mental demon. It's a possession. And they work with them all the time. So, and I've talked with so many of the shamans that I've worked with, and they're like, thank God somebody's talking about it at last, because you can't live in this bubble of positivity, afraid to look at what's there, what's destroying your fucking world, dismantling freedom all around you, ignoring it. We've done a damn good job for thousands of years, ignoring it, making fun of it, being too scared to look at it and too high-minded to look at it. That hasn't worked. That's rearranging chairs on the fucking deck of the Titanic as it's going down. So here's the kicker, but here's the fun part, Daniel. We have to get to the fun part. When I turned around and I looked at this influence, this demonic influence, I realized it doesn't have the power to pick up a pen. It can do nothing without my agreement. It can do nothing without me, because I am a powerful spirit being of love, and I have life. I have embodiment. I have creativity. I have everything it doesn't have. It's an anti-life force. It's actually kind of like oil and water. It's like it's like antimatter, except non-physical. It's really, really weird, this force. It's entropic. It just degrades and debases and drags everything down. That's its energy. We're up here on a frequency basis. It's down in the sub-basement. It wants us down here so that it can penetrate us, use our bodies, and do a basic enslavement takeover and have what we
there was the name you mentioned earlier that really struck a chord with me. I think it was like Dark Whispers or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that I feel like I've had a lot of experience with. A lot of people talk about hearing voices, or homeless people. They'll be, kind of swiping at the air or talking to nobody, or actually looking like they're looking at somebody that's in this corner. And I think so. I think they really are. And it's amazing that we have all this firsthand evidence of this phenomena, yet these beings are able to camouflage themselves. There has to be some form of like magic or brainwashing floating around out there.
Honey, the whole world it's one big brainwashing job. That's why I call it the Matrix. Everything we believe is upside down and inverted. We are not these gnarly, nasty, greedy, corrupt beings. We are beings of love. We are spirit beings of love. we are being driven in a particular direction, like cattle, to think all these bad, awful things about ourselves. And then we make it so. Because as you think, where your nose is pointed, that's where you're headed. And if I think I'm a piece of shit, then my life is going to reflect that. So it's like, holy
Yeah, I
guacamole.
think you're really onto something with this pardon me, but piece of shit thing, because I feel like that's what they've done to me a lot. They've tried to make me feel like you're a bad person, you
Yeah.
did this wrong, you're insensitive,
Yep.
you're mean, you're nasty, you're negative. I feel like I'm constantly being bombarded with stuff like that. And it's like it's just in my head coming from nowhere. People aren't telling me this, yet it's being fed to me, and they'll even use images from your past or things that happened to like they'll basically what I'm trying to say is they look for any weakness or Achilles heel.
Yep. Any trauma, any wound, any emotional gap that where you're out of your body. Yeah, I can't face this. I'm triggered. I can't go there. And then it's just like that influence is just right in there and impulsing you and driving you insane fundamentally. Yeah, Daniel, I hear you. And it's not you. But we think it's us because it sounds like the voice in my head and it sounds like me, having these terrible thoughts about myself, but it's really not me. And the beauty of it is when you finally see that it's not you, then you're left with who you really are. And it's so hard for most people nowadays to even hear, let alone accept that you're a being of pure love. Because what is love? It's like bonking and getting it on, and like, oh, romantic, send me roses, and it's just like, oh shit, this, we're talking life force. We're not talking any of these matrix ideas that have been, again, fed through media, fed through entertainment, fed through, this is what love is. Love is sex. Love is loss. Love is pain. Love is suffering. Love is losing. It's just like, oh my God. So the matrix, the levels of programming, Daniel, are so freaking intense. But when you start to see it, then you go, oh, wow, I never saw that before. And oh, wow, I never saw that before. So then you can no longer be tricked. And then you take your power back. And then the more you begin to settle into, yeah, I do care about humanity. I do care about my family. I do care about the earth. I care deeply about these things. That's the love spark. That's the infinity spark inside you, encouraging you to be what you already are.
I have to wonder, like you were talking about meditation quite a bit, at the beginning of the program, and I almost feel like they don't want us to do that because they don't want us to reach a clear headspace. In fact, I had an experience a long, long time ago. I was a much younger man, probably in my early 20s at the most, and I was trying to get into meditating. I was in my living room and I felt like I was really getting somewhere, like I was reaching some plateau or something was happening to my consciousness where I was starting to kind of almost like I know this is a cliche, but wake up. I felt like I was waking up onto some kind of new plane of understanding. And right at the moment that that was happening, it was so weird because I see this huge orange flash behind the trees on the horizon, like it's timing itself exactly when I was having this increase in awareness. And at the same time, I saw this flash. This giant spider had to be the size of a hand. I mean, we have them here in Washington. They're called giant house spiders, but the timing was really strange because all of a sudden this spider, I'm on the floor, I'm cross-legged, I'm trying to meditate like a real, a real guru or something like that. And this thing just starts running towards me. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell just happened? Was that a supernatural experience? Was it a coincidence? It's like something was trying to block me from reaching a higher consciousness.
Oh yeah. I probably spent a year. I probably spent a year. I mean, I meditated for hours every day. Okay. I was really obsessive. But I spent about a year sitting on my living room floor cross-legged in the morning, and I had double doors that I always had closed into another room behind me, and they were mirrored. And for a solid year, every time I meditated, Daniel, I had the image of a man standing behind me with a sword about to cut my head off.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was like, and the message was very clear. Don't go there. Just stand up and go have breakfast. Don't go there. And I was like, I was so scared of that being. I actually forgotten all about that until this very moment. Hadn't thought about that in years. But yeah, it was a long time, and I, that being was there, and it was the gatekeeper going, no, you're not supposed to look within. Don't look within. Go buy something. Go get on your cell phone. Go, watch YouTube. Do something, but don't look within. Don't question. Don't think deeply. Because, and here's the whole thing. If you think you're a piece of poo, then why would I want to investigate myself? There's so many people who are frightened of themselves because we've been given this negative messaging for so many thousands of years that, I don't want to look within, because what am I going to find? I've already been told what I'm going to find. So I don't want to find that. But when we really do look within, the kingdom of heaven is within. The light is within. So I have a piece of advice for people. Probably everybody in whatever pretty much is familiar with the whole, when you die, go to the light. Would you say that's true, Daniel?
Yeah, that's the common one.
That's the common one. Okay. So again, many moons ago, I was in the audience with a teacher, and he was talking about something, God knows what he was talking about. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he stopped and he said, and by the way, when you die, do not, whatever you do, go to the light. And I was sitting there going, what? What? What do you mean? Don't go to the light. Everybody goes to the light. God's in the light. My dog's in the light. My parents are in the light. My family's in the light. Everybody's in the light. I need to go to the light. And then he went on to say, it's because it's a false light. It's a projection. It's a matrix. Yeah, your family's going to appear. Whatever is going to trigger you to go to the light, and then you get stripped as a soul of all your memories, and you get shunted right back here. The reincarnation cycle. I always thought the reincarnation cycle was like, well, this is inevitable, and I'm growing every lifetime, and every lifetime is a learning experience, and yada yada. No, I've been in a fucking washing machine. I've been on recycle for God knows how long, because I haven't understood the dynamics of what we're dealing with, because we're steered away from looking at these things.
Yeah, I definitely feel that there's a lot of truth there. I used to be excited about the idea of reincarnating. It sounded great. Okay, I get to be young again. I get to try to be a football star, whatever. But we were talking at the beginning how painful life can be, and a lot of it has to do with just the way the system is set up. And I can't really say that I'm looking forward to coming back and doing it all over again and having to deal with all the same struggles. I think I'd rather go to something better or more advanced, really.
Absolutely. Well, the very fact that you're doing this show, and you're having these kinds of conversations it's obvious. It's self-evident that you're on a different trajectory, Daniel. And the same thing with the people listening to this show. Is they're interested in something more. They're not interested in the status quo. They're not interested in the old paradigm. They're not interested in the old ideas about who they're supposed to be and who they've been told they are. So it's like, it's very encouraging. So I'm so excited to be having these conversations, because these are the conversations we need to have. It's like people need to be able to take some time, take some breaths, and take off your shoes and go sit under a frickin' tree, and commune with life, because life is only going to create more life. That's life's agenda. Those little flowers and shoots come up through the concrete and stuff. It's just like, yeah, we may be in a gnarly matrix, and we are. We may be looking at AI augmentation and totalitarianism and social credit scores and on and on. Yeah, okay. So we may be looking at that. But by God, we're the life force itself incarnate. we can come up through the cracks in we can create the cracks in the concrete, shatter the matrix, and move on. That's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing.
I'm real curious about this idea of AI augmentation or transhumanism, cybernetic implants. This is extremely fascinating to me. Not only is it interesting as a fan of science fiction, but to see that the so-called scientists and corporations and various bigwigs out there, people like Elon Musk, are talking about this practically on a daily basis,
Yeah.
and it's actually starting to come into fruition. This is very scary to me because I feel like, you know, we are powerful, and these things that they are giving to us are gifts that come with a price. Like they're almost like, I don't know if you would say that they're like a bribery to stay in the system, or somehow they seem like they're improving us, but actually they're just creating more of a prison because we're actually getting locked down by all this technology and all this so-called capability. It's actually limiting us. And one example I can use is the internet. Like I'm about 41 years old, and I've been on the internet since it came around. I even ran an internet message board a long time ago. Everything was free speech. You could say whatever you want, and we had some nastiness and some toxicity, but other than that, it was great. But you don't have that anymore. They've pushed all the independent message boards and independent bulletin boards, places where that were positive about the internet. When the internet was like the Wild West, you could say whatever you want. They've pushed that to the side, and they forced everybody onto these corporate environments, these social media platforms. And if you try to create your own social media platform, they won't let you even play the game because they'll have the Google Store or the Apple Store not even allow your app to exist.
I know. There are certain places, like I've got a Substack account. I love Substack. There's some of the most intelligent people I've ever read. So if anybody's interested, it's letter C Montana.substack.com. I've got a lot of writing. Actually, I just did a couple of articles on AI. It's very interesting. It's like, we're infinite beings, and that's a word. We're eternal beings. Okay, maybe some of us heard that in church, and it's just like, yeah, okay. And when I stub my toe, it hurts, and you're telling me I'm an eternal being. In the moments of deep enlightenment, if you will, I literally have seen that I am an eternal being, and that the body will drop. Yes, but I'm really, really clear that I will go on. But the kicker is I have realized that I was never born. I was never created. Here we get into really deep territory about the whole God idea. But we've been told we've been created, that we're created from lumps of clay. And we're these, if you're not the religious route, then we just crawled out of the slime. That's what a diminished, minimal, uninteresting perception, self-perception. We are infinite, eternal beings of spirit. And, and yet we're being forced into this box of thinking that we're anything but, that we're the exact opposite. And I totally lost my train of thought. Shit.
Well, no worries. This is a great time for me to ask a question that I've been kind of dying to ask you this whole time.
Yeah.
So even before we started on air, I wanted to ask this, but in regards to these beings, like this is one of the prime mysteries in my life. Is I've heard all these different origins, the fall of Lucifer, or the you can go into the Sumerian stuff, etc., etc. The Gnostics use the term archons. Earlier, someone in our chat, Al Martian Medicine Man, mentioned reptilians, and that's a popular so-called conspiracy theory nowadays. And my understanding and my experience with these things is just they look like these shadowy figures. Sometimes they have like red eyes or really dark eyes. Some of them are really tall, some of them are hunched over, but they seem to be like these shadowy beings. And I have to wonder if all these origin stories are just from them. Like they want to have a million different origin stories for themselves because they want to confuse us and just have us chasing our tails and arguing about it. Do you have any theories on what they really are, or is it just are they just here?
Yeah. Well, stories change all the time. I'm coming to the sense that much of what we consider alien extraterrestrial presence is, well, a lot of it's government stuff that's been, we've got the technology from other beings, and we've, a lot of it is government made in the USA or Russia or China, whatever. But I think a lot of what we think is extraterrestrial is actually interdimensional projections. I'm not sure any of that is. Oh boy.
It's a much debated topic.
Let me just put it this way. I'm less and less interested in the stories about the past, and I'm more and more interested in my own autonomy and my own empowerment. Not empowerment in my head, like, oh, I'm going to be a really good person and think positive thoughts. No, grounded in my body, looking life and what's really going on square in the eye, knowing that I am a spirit being and that I am of compassion. And what can I do in my immediate environment? How can I be empowered in my life and not dominated and controlled? How can I dodge the slave bullet? And because we're slaves in so many ways. But it's just like, so what can I do in my immediate environment? What about my local community? There's going to be a time, I think, that those of us who have any possibility of free thinking at all are not going to be able to be on the web anymore, because it will be so locked down that we won't have conversations like this. So then what am I left with? If the technology that I've depended upon and been entertained by and absorbed by, my whole identity is on my fucking phone, it's just like, what's going to happen if that is going to turn around and bite me and own me? It already owns us, but what if it's really going to own me? So, I'm looking at what can I do locally? How can I align with my farmers market and my local farmers? So I live in the country, I always have, and we've got gardens here. I've always grown my own food. So that's a given. But how can I set myself up for more life, less control? How can I start creating, what can I do in my life on a daily basis to start setting my feet on this more, I'll use the word positive, for a more life-filled, loving, connected life? AI, that's where I was. The whole AI augmentation thing, I just really want to go here for a second. We're being driven consistently to only associate with ourselves as physical material beings. It's all about the body. It's all about the brain. We're even at the point where it's the molecules of emotion. We're at the point where we believe consciousness begins in the brain. So we're being reduced and reduced and reduced and reduced to physical beings. Never mind, there's no such thing as real physicality. It's all energy. We're not going to go there. We're not going to talk about quantum physics. Physical, physical, physical. So if I'm reduced and I've got a social credit score, I can't say this, I can't do that. I have to work my ass off to pay way too much rent. I'm a wage slave. I have no free time. So, AI augmentation is going to look really good. And at a certain point, a neural lace implant in the brain so that you can be hooked up to the web, like on the videos and on the TV shows. I'm going to be cool. I'm going to be hooked up to the web. I'm going to be a screen in my mind. Wow. And I'll be able to compute. And it's just like, so there's this reduction. We're being funneled into this robotic hybridization, if you will, movement. And so I just really wanted to bring that in because that's part of the man. I'm only physical. I'm from a lump of clay. I just really want to augment myself. So I'm going to do whatever I take. I'll take whatever shot or whatever implant or whatever hookup or whatever. And it's just like it's taking us farther and farther and farther away, in matrix within a matrix within a matrix, away from reality. And then let's put a VR headset on. Let's go 2D and just forget the body altogether. It's like, holy crap. The movement is away from our heart, away from connection, away from love, away from life itself, away from nature. It's like, whoa, it's enough to make your head explode. But it's positive at the same time because there's people like you and me having these conversations who are going, I'm not going to go down that path. And I'm not talking about ditching technology either. I could see a time when the consciousness is sufficiently evolved where we are radiating and being and coming from the place of love rather than competition and power over, where we can use technologies like AI for a great, tremendous benefit. But we're not at that stage in consciousness, and certainly has hell not in our current social structure. We're not in that mindset. It's all about control. And I want out of that matrix.
Now, we talked a bit about these beings. What about these strange individuals, call them royals or elite or bankers or members of secret societies or cultists, black magicians that seem to be working with and invoking or summoning these beings? How do they fit into all this, and what is their purpose?
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. If I'm an interdimensional being with an agenda where I want to take over a planet and be able to penetrate and take on life, a life form that I do not have, but I want it, I need a tool. So to pick up the pen to get the agenda across. So, so we have all of these so-called elites, a lot of the blue blood families, who have been long infiltrated, and the Great White Brotherhood and all of that. Oh my God, the Masons, etc. These overtly spiritual, high-minded organizations have been hijacked forever and have been the tools of the devil, if you will. And the payoff is power. Payoff is power, control, a diamond yacht, whatever the hell you can imagine, in material world, you can have that, because it's all about insatiability. One of the talisman, one of the hallmarks of the archons is insatiability. They feed on emotion. They feed on what, was it David Icke who called it louche? No, it was Robert Monroe, who wrote a series of books called Journeys Out of the Body. And the Monroe Institute is still, I think, in Virginia, and the U.S. intelligence services send their agents to the Monroe Institute to learn how to astral project and to remote view and do all sorts of this kind of work.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I had a friend of mine that actually had the privilege. I think she had to pay for it, but she visited there and went through the whole program and everything, and it was a good experience.
Yeah, well, Robert Monroe, he was given the word louche. LOOSH, that is what these beings feed on. They feed on organic life force, but they love emotional energy. It's incredible. So if we look at, and especially negative emotions, pain, suffering, sorrow, regret, anger, jealousy, rage, shame. Oh, shame's a big one. They love shame. And so if we look in that context, okay, this takes us right back to the matrix. The machines put everybody in a matrix. Everybody's asleep in a glass cocoon, and their bodies are being used as a power source, right? Batteries. Same damn thing. The archons feed on emotional and organic life form energy. So the more they can drive us into conflict, pain, and suffering, the more guaranteed the food supply.
Looks like you're also quite the collector of books, and noticing your shelf back there, looks like you got an interesting little library going on.
Oh, I've dissolved my library so many times. Oh my God. As I say, I moved here 6 years ago with 2 suitcases. So, anyway, yeah. Um, so much starts to make sense with this overarching understanding, this presence, and that it does need human complicity.
Have you ever seen the Dean Koontz movie? It's also a book. It's called Phantoms, and it's about this. Well, it's about this like this thing. It's like it looks like slime, but the thing is, the idea is that it's always been around. It's
Mhm.
like every devil, god, or demon, and it's always kind of been in the background. And it can shapeshift. It can turn into my cousin Judy, or a little baby, or a clown, or an alien, or a god, or a
Mhm.
robot, or whatever it wants to be. And it's sort of been behind the scenes, just kind of manipulating everybody throughout the thousands of years, throughout the eons. And to
Mhm.
me, like, this is probably the closest fantasy or really anything to the truth, because it reminds me so much of what you're saying, like, just this presence or this force. It's not that we have to be too concerned about names and origins and mythologies and stuff like that, because it just kind of is, and it doesn't have to have a label or an explanation because we know it's there.
Yeah, and here's another huge thing is that we don't have to do battle with it. This whole light versus dark, the good guys versus the bad guys, the black hats versus the white hats. That's more of the same conflict.
Hmm.
That's more pain, suffering, war, conflict, better than hierarchy. I'm going to take you out. I hate you. What are you looking at? You're looking at lunch. It's just more feeding frenzy. So the trick is when we realize our light, genuine, not fantasizing that I'm a good person, whatever the hell social construct that is, but when I get so in touch with my body, with life, life. The body never lies. The mind is fucked up, but the body always reads the energy and it's we're all energy, okay? So it picks up the messages. The body never lies. We know if we're quiet enough, we know when something's off. We know when we're off, or we know when somebody else is off. We know when a situation is off. And then we often override that. So the being quiet and in the body, taking some time to self-investigate and just be with yourself and feel what shows up. It's something comes into your life, you want to know how to navigate through this gnarly future path that we're on. Is like, take more time to just drop in to your body and be with yourself and feel and and listen. We've all had those intuitive hits. It's like, God, I really shouldn't go down that road, or I really shouldn't take that job, or I really shouldn't let this person in the door, or whatever the hit is. That's super intelligence. That's reading, that's energy reading, that's intelligence reading the field. The body does that. The body has its own innate, it's energy. So the more we can be quiet and embodied and in that and just trust. Here's the other thing. Here's the other part of the matrix. We are taught not to trust ourselves. I've always got to find an expert. Somebody's got to lead me out of the pit. Somebody's got to tell me what to do. I don't know. I can't. I'm a piece of shit. So we've been so ingrained in this, always looking for answers outside of ourselves. The kingdom of heaven lies within. The answers are fucking in me. I just have to give myself a little bit of space and a little bit of quiet time without my phone, without being hooked up to constant distraction, and allow the information that life is giving me on how to navigate through these waters.
And we don't have to make transactions with these beings, or engage in black magic or ritual, or join these secret societies. We don't need to do any of these things to better our situation.
Oh, Christ, if you get involved in any sort of satanic and any sort of cults and any supposed to do magic against that, so you are so lost. You are so owned if you go down that route. It's really, it's just like, focus on who you really are and love your family and love your cats and love walking in nature. Fill yourself with things that are life-based. Fill yourself with life. The more we do that, that force has nothing to feed on, and it will leave. It's already leaving. It is actually already leaving. One of the reasons, and this is so positive, is one of the reasons that we're seeing so much shit on every level is because it's kind of like a zit being popped. There's so much life. There's so much love. There's so much, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to send my kid to that school. I'm not going to allow her or him to be taught blah, blah. I'm not going to go there. The more we have this knowing that, yeah, no, we're on the wrong track. I want to be on the right. I want to feed. I want my family, and I want community support, help with my brothers and sisters, just those kind moments. The more we fill ourselves with who we really are, as I say, it's like a zip being popped. There's this huge movement of love and who we really are showing up, going, no, I'm not going to go down that path. I'm not going to do it. No. It's a really great word, no. Very powerful. And when we say no and mean it, not no maybe, but no, this force is leaving. This is why it's all showing up, is because so many people are talking and going, not going to go there. So it's a very positive future. It's a very positive future, Daniel. But we got some gnarly shit to wade through in the meantime. And we have to know who the hell we really are and trust ourselves and listen to ourselves and listen to our hearts. Listen to our hearts and follow that. And that's to the future that has life to it.
Cate, would you mind if I brought some people on our panel to ask you some questions?
No, it's fine.
All righty. Let's start with Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, are you present?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Hey.
How you doing? It's very nice listening to you.
Thanks, Robert.
I'm just kind of over here just soaking it up a bit. I kind of noticed a similarity between something you said about kind of like asking who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you've been to India before, right? Am I correct?
You said what?
Now you said you've been to India before, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Ramana Maharshi?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, the path of self-inquiry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like what you're kind of espousing there a bit. You sit there and you realize that like all these thoughts you have are really just like recordings. And they're just kind of just popping up kind of randomly. And you just basically want to ask each time you have a thought, basically, is like, to whom are you referring to, right? And then follow up with, who am I, right? And the more you do that, right, like the true self eventually would have to emerge.
Yeah. And, if there's anything I've really learned, Robert, is that, the time of the guru is done. The time of the global leader, the looking to outside leadership, that stage of evolution is done. We are our own gurus. We have to become our own gurus.
Well, that's what Christ says, right, in the Bible, basically,
yeah,
right? Like we become the priest of ourselves, right? Because
yeah.
at one point you had to go through the priest to get to God, right? Yeah. But then Christ comes down. He's kind of like the true sacrificial lamb in respect. That's why the sacrificial lamb. But his death is the last sacrifice. And once you do that, he sends you the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit. And at that point, each individual has basically a personal relationship with God, right? It comes to God by themselves.
Well, that's some you tossed out about 12 rabbit holes, Robert. but fundamentally, the Christ light is within. It's all within us. You cannot be a child of God and you cannot be an eternal spirit and not have the answers within you, and not be your own sovereign, and this is not an ego thing. This is not, I'm going to compete and I'm the best and look at me and I know everything and all that stuff. It's just, no, it's not got anything to do with the ego. It's this beautiful Christ light of love within us. This is who we really are. And so, however you or me or anybody else, yes, Terence McKenna says we are gurus. Absolutely. We have to be our own gurus, because somebody else's answer is not going to be my answer for me, ultimately. And if we are spirits of pure love, if that's who we really are, and that's who we really are, we can trust that. And we don't need an intermediary. And we don't need a list. We don't need a mantra. Unless if a mantra comes to you out of your heart or out of whatever, it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. We guide ourselves. The more we open up to the love within us, the more we open to the love within us, the safer we are, the more real we are, the more we can trust, the more we can open to more love. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will.
Anything else, Dr. Robert?
Oh no, I'm digging it, man. I'm just listening to her, sucking it up.
All righty, we will come back to you later. Let's go ahead and talk to another friend of ours, Clint. Clint, are you present?
Yeah, I was just grabbing a book real quick to roll a joint on.
No worries.
Yeah, so the last 1 hour and 25 minutes and 33 seconds, I've been wondering about that necklace that you're wearing.
Oh, interesting. This is a puka shell necklace. It's traditional in Hawaii. Originally, warriors and royalty were the only ones that wore puka shell necklaces. It's gotten very commercial, but a friend of mine found all these shells and made it for me. And it's I actually don't like necklaces, and I almost never wear a necklace, and I can't almost take this off, because it's kind of like, it's like thousands of years of sea life. This was houses for all these creatures, and then thousands of years being rolled around in the sand in the ocean. And so it's like having the life of the ocean around my neck. So it feels really, really yummy. So thank you for asking. It was a Christmas present.
I like organic jewelry more than metal jewelry.
Yeah.
I used to think that it would the metal kind of like when I was still kind of like more hippie-ish, but the metal like grounded you.
It also picks up a lot of frequencies. So if you do wear metal, purify it. So every once in a while, stick it in some distilled water out in the sunshine, or bury it in the earth for a while, and let the negative, any sort of negative energies that have been attached to it can be cleaned.
Oh yeah. What can I ask? You mentioned South America. What is your shamanic experiences that you had there? What did you partake in the ayahuasca or?
Oh yeah, a lot.
Nice.
Did you have visions, or what did you see? Any serpent spirits or the lady?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I've
seen a green lady.
Here's the thing about medicine, and here's the thing about drugs, is that you're only going to be presented and given what you're already resonating and slightly capable of. You're going to get a mirror back. Whatever you're only going to see yourself. God. It's such a great mystery. So most of my ayahuasca experiences were actually very little visual. I have seen many of the entities that we're talking about on ayahuasca. But mostly I have just been brought into my own heart space over and over again, until I just was like, well, I don't need ayahuasca to do this.
What were your dreams like before you changed, and then after you changed and moved to Hawaii?
Not clear about the question.
Like you said you were having like bad states of mind and having feelings of of a man with a sword behind you, and like I'm assuming that once you move to Hawaii, your dream state, like your dream world, possibly changed.
Yeah. Again, it's like as within, so without. As within, so within. You're gonna get where you're at. It's gonna be a constant mirror of where your consciousness is. So as that guy with the sword behind me, that was 1993. So that was 30 years ago, babe. I've been around for a while. Yeah, what a journey.
You were doing this stuff when I was in my room playing with my Ninja Turtles.
There you go. Or a sparkle in your mom and dad's eye.
Yeah, basically.
I remember seeing when I was like 10 or 11, Terrence McKenna was on Sightings, and I remember seeing it, and I was like, "Oh my god, I gotta learn everything that guy knows."
Yeah. I mean, plant medicines can and some drugs, MDMA is pretty remarkable, can be a doorway, but again, damn it, you're only going to get who you really are, which is one of the reasons I avoid psychics, is because I'm only going to hear what the psychic is capable of seeing, not necessarily what and who and where I am. I'm only going to get their perspective. So that's I've certainly done my fair share. And at a certain point, about 5 years ago, it was just like, I know being embodied and in my heart and listening to letting life guide me is, I want clarity more than anything else. And so I got to the point where substances just were way distracting. And it was just like, nah, I don't want that anymore. So deep clarity is where I'm at right now, and I'm loving it.
Interesting.
I've had kind of a similar experience. Like I went through a phase where I was really into psychedelics. I had to try them all. LSD, shrooms, mescaline, or cactus, and then eventually got a hold of some ayahuasca. But similarly to what you're describing, I hit a point where it was like, wow, for one, this is way too crazy for me to keep doing. I'm starting to have like psychic experiences and leaving my body. This is just too much. I need time to process this. And then the second reason was that I felt like I could almost like enter those states on my own. Like once I had been there, I don't feel like I need to keep going back. So I could definitely relate to what you're saying. Like in my 20s or maybe my early 30s, hard to remember, was the last time I ever did it. And then I feel like just my life and doing the show and research has been a psychedelic experience, and I don't really need to do those substances.
Yeah, I get it. Well, and here's not to throw a fly in the ointment or anything, but and this is one of the things that the shamans I've worked with have told me over and over again, is that they're heavily against casual plant medicine use, or you got to work with somebody who knows and can see into these interdimensional realms and know what you're dealing with. Because doing drugs of any sort are also the two-edged sword, can open the doorway to psychic attack and interdimensional influence that can penetrate, and then you've got a house guest. So so it can be a door open, and it can also be a door open to something to come in. So so to be aware of those things, it's not anything to be fooled around with.
I definitely believe in spirit guides, because I've known people that didn't have spirit guides and were using DMT and ended up dying and stuff from self-harm.
Yeah. DMT is intense. Jesus Christ, DMT is something else.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not something for everybody.
No, but again, and then it's just like when I did DMT, it was like it took me into my own inner space, and it was
Are you talking ayahuasca, or did you freebase the DMT?
I'm talking DMT.
Oh dang.
Yeah. Oh dang.
You're hardcore, Kate. That's
What
pretty
did you
ballsy.
Yeah.
Respect.
Did you see like small people or like elves or
No,
anything?
no. All the times I did DMT, it took me straight into my inner space, and I mean my inner space is big.
Can you visually describe it?
Falling through a field of crystal and jewels, and then into the void. Nothing. You know, the void is the void. You know, when I said earlier about, you know, when you die, don't go to the light. Well, then the question is, well, where the hell do I go? And the best answer I've come up with, and that I've been told by some teachers, and that I intuit is correct: hang a left and go to the dark light. Go to the void. The void is the dark. The Native Americans call it the dark light, but it's the space of creation. It's the space of all things potentially, but nothing materially. And so when you go to the womb of the void, that's where you can rest, and your essence then can be unmolested by the light beings, and you can rest, and then your natural essence will guide you to your next experience. That's the best I've been able to come up with.
The thing you said about the reincarnation, I thought that was very interesting, because I had an out of body experience once where it was like I went into the sun and I could feel all these people and see them and stuff, and they were all like melting and disappearing, and like it was incredibly scary and profound and stuff. And but ever since then it was like I was against reincarnation in a way, because it seemed like that people were being recycled.
Yeah, bingo.
Like you said, washing machine. That was a really good analogy.
Yeah. It's just like, I want to move forward. I don't want to be. I don't want recycled ignorance.
It's kind of like a video game that's been set up. Like you die, and then they have you respawn just so you can play the same game over again.
There you go.
And I don't remember which tribe it is, but one of the Native American tribes, everybody in the tribe was always buried with their heads to the east. Mm-hmm. And same way when they would hunt, they would kill the animal, point to the east, so it would go to the sun and be reincarnated. But then the chiefs or the braves would be pointed to the west when they were buried, and so they would be in the stars and to look upon the earth forever. But like that thing about the void you said was interesting, because the word Adonai in the Old Testament, it was like considered by the Masons to be a place of darkness in the north, and that their god was the god of light, but then that they were against the god of darkness, which is interesting.
You know, here we go with inversion. I mean, so much is inverted in spiritual and in religious teachings, so that you get a little bit of truth, which sucks you in, because being as intelligent beings as we are, we know and can feel truth when we hear it, so we get suckered in, and then something is twisted, and then, because, you know, that's why, again, don't go to the darkness. You tell a new age spiritual person, is just like, yeah, when I die, I'm going to go to the dark. It's just like, whoa, they would just like get away from me. Because there's so much superstition and there's so much programming around that to keep us in the washing machine.
All right, we have Logan joining us. Logan, are you there? Are you present?
Greetings and salutations to all. I am undergoing a particular brand change. Couldn't change it up here, but I was formerly known as the Serpent's Hand. Now will be known as the Eternal Empire. How is everyone this evening?
Great.
Yes, I would like to say thank you for bringing up such points, and the main point of do not go into the light, because the funny thing is, why should we believe anything that we are told in this existence? How do I know that this is an arm, that this is flesh, that what is inside is blood? I don't know for myself, and I have to take someone else's word for it? Okay, I'll do my own research, thanks. But no, and speaking from the void, I would actually like to bestow a blessing upon everyone watching now and in the future, if that'd be okay. Nothing bad, I promise. If that'd be okay with you, Daniel.
Kate, is that okay with you? All right, Logan, looks like we're good. Go ahead.
Okay. In the name of the gods that were, the gods that are, and the gods yet to be, I wish everyone viewing and hearing this broadcast will experience abundance eternally. In the God's name we pray. It is done. All right. So that's
so interesting.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
so interesting. You know, bringing up the whole God concept. If you read my book towards the end, if you get that far, I've really just gone beyond the whole God concept. I'm just like, talk about more programming and more diminishment and more, you know, the whole, when I saw, and I get, and I know that I was never born. I am an eternal being. I am an eternal intelligence, an eternal spirit. Nothing created me. Well, where does that put God? You know, and so you just the whole hierarchy thing about God and I was created, and it you know, for a long time I was like, well, this is very new for me. I mean, if you'd ever asked me if I would research evil, I would have said no. If you had asked me if I would ever get to the point in my life where I didn't believe in God, I would have gone no. And now I'm at the place where I'm like, oh, God, what a load of programming. It's terrifying, you know. So all the gods out there, it's just like, you know, Stargate just blossoms in my mind, and you know, I think about all those you know, bizarre Egyptian, you know, quasi semi godlings who think, you know, they're all it, and I'm like, Christ, when are we ever going to get out of this hierarchy bullshit? So, you know, so thank you for bringing up gods and God, and yeah, I just don't go there anymore. Bye-bye. You know, it's just like, because that whole mindset, look at the world we've got now. The whole mindset and consciousness around God, the one and only, you know, or many, many gods, whatever. It's just the pyramidal hierarchy, power over. It's the same old. And we are so, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm sure ready to move on and have a different experience. So thanks for bringing that up.
I do apologize. I have to speak at what levels people understand.
Absolutely. Nothing to apologize for. Nothing to apologize for. I'm just glad you brought it up. It's cool.
Yes, ma'am. And a few things I wanted to elaborate on. If you actually view and conceptualize right now in your mind these two concepts, and I feel it can help people out in their individual journeys. It's 3 points. One is the concept of zero. To me, and my understanding and my research, the concept of zero is nothing. Well, what is nothing? It is infinite potential. It is everything and nothing at once. And also a contradiction is think of negative zero. It does exist because I just said it exists. I stated its existence and non-existence. And also on that third point, the void is actually the place we will all reconvene, because I firmly believe the reason why we exist is to have an experience, good, bad, blessed, or cursed. And once we have this experience, we then upload it to the mainframe, aka the universe, aka God, aka the Akashic records, etc. And we improve upon the design. We're attempting to perfect perfection, is what I've learned. And my main study and everything else is reality bending. I spent 32 years figuring out and training my mind to actually bend reality. And Daniel, and I'm sorry, my mind is going a little bit too quick right now. I apologize, ma'am. If anyone would like to see a demonstration or have any ideas, because after this show is up, I'll be doing a ritual for 24 hours where I'm basically going to fast, pray, and meditate. And I'm going to attempt to take my research and put it on the table and see if it actually is something or if it's nothing. And on that note, I don't have really anything else to really add to the topic, because I did miss the beginning of your broadcast. But I got to say, when I came in, it really had me drawn in. You have a fantastic way of communicating, and it made your information much more easier to disseminate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and sorry for being offish, but Daniel can attest to this, but I am a psychic energy vampire. So I'm doing my best not to feed. So I do apologize if I pulled some energy today.
Thank you, Logan, and we appreciate you fighting your vampiric urges,
At least he
which
knows.
does which does bring me to my next question, Kate. I noticed that in your book you talk a little bit about parasites and vampires and how the society has a little bit of an obsession with these things, or these topics are very popular. Why do you suppose there's such an interest in vampires out there?
Well, I think because we innately know what's going on. I mean, nothing is hidden. Nothing is hidden, not really. The information, as again, back to the quantum field, we live in a sea of information. Everything is information. So nothing is hidden. Yeah, I mean, that's even in the Bible. Is you think you're pulling it over on whoever, and you're not. So we know that these things exist. We sense it, especially when we're kids. We feel these beings, and we know when somebody is vampiric and are pulling on our energy. We may not have the words for it. We may not, because we're not taught these things. We're not taught the esoteric levels of how life works. We're put into a matrix of education to keep us thinking we're physical, and that, again, we came from slime molds or apes or whatever. And so, there's this whole indoctrination that goes on. So, but we know, we sense these things. And, again, we come back out to the truth. How many different ways does the truth actually get out there? And we absorb it, but then we do nothing about it.
It's
Because
kind of
it's
an
just
instinctual
entertainment,
thing.
and it's just blah blah, and it's just ridiculous, and it's all made so ridiculous, even though we fear it. It's fascinating. It's really schizophrenic, quite frankly, of humanity to be so terrified of the dark, and that's the abyssal fear of, well, the dark, and oh my God, what's inside of me, and I dare not look, and at the same time, it's made ludicrous. So we can make fun of it and watch it in the movies and eat popcorn. It's very bipolar, actually.
What about this whole Epstein Island, worldwide child trafficking, pedophilia? How does this fit into the Matrix? Any theories on the purpose of why they are into this and why they're pushing it?
Yeah. Um, it's much more widespread than we know, even though the information is coming out. Children are innocent, and they have tremendous life force. And so, when I wrote Cracking the Matrix, I kept referring to the Archons as the anti-life force. But they're also this insatiable greed feed impulse. And they want what they haven't got. They are anti-life, if you will. They're the oil in the water routine, the anti-particle in the particle, even though there's no such thing as a physical particle. So they want what they want this. And I just really don't know where to go with that. Do you have a question at this point?
Definitely. It's a pretty dark subject, and it's something that is disturbing to me on a very deep level. I mean, if I was to throw my theories out there, I think it has something to do with turning people into pieces of shit. I mean, what better way than to use the pedophilia? I mean, there's no coming back from that. If you get involved with that, you are a piece of crap.
That's not true. I actually know a couple of people who were raised, their parents were spiritual people in the Saint Germain Foundation. And by day and by night, they were part of a satanic cult. And both these little girls who are friends of mine were raised in this situation. Gang rape, tied to a hobby horse, a rocking chair, or a hobby horse at age 5, and gang raped. I mean, trained to kill, to take another life, whether an animal or whatever. Child abuse. So it fragments the persona. so that you get alters, alternate realities, alternate personas that have no idea that what they're doing is being perpetrated upon them, or what they are in turn been trained to do. This is how CIA and other governments train assassins. They have to fracture and break the spirit. So the spirit doesn't die, but it can get buried and just go away. It can just like go away. And so then you have a fractured, wounded persona, alternate persona that's out there in the world that is infinitely controllable. You can turn it into an assassin or anything like that. But you can come back from this, because I know 2 people who have. And it took them 20 fucking years to do it. And they had to retrieve these experiences and relive what they did. You know, shame is the most base frequency that we are being brought down to deliberately. These things that are being perpetrated upon us, that we are being trained and programmed to perpetrate on others, is so that we do reach such a debased level of shame, which is the lowest frequency you can be operating at and still be in a body. So they can perpetuate the feast. That's their frequency. That's what they're trying to drag us down into. So the root agenda for the child trafficking is twofold. You know, it's to fragment and break people. It's also to guarantee a food supply. But people can come back from it, and it takes a tremendous will. And here's the beautiful thing, is that we are these beings of light. You cannot lose that. And it can be buried and forgotten for eons. God knows how many thousands of lifetimes, sure. But the infinity spark never goes out. And so, you know, and to come back from, you know, when I talked to these when I heard these women's stories, it's like it put my small sins that I felt guilty about. It was like, oh, I shouldn't have, you know, had that 18th margarita, or, you know, or I shouldn't have said that to so, but you know, the little guilts that we all carry around with us that we make enormous, because we're pieces of poo and we're supposed to feel bad and shame and feel horrible about ourselves. So, you know, so all of these, you know, self-negative self-thoughts, you know, it's just part of the program. But my God, when I met these women and I really knew what they had gone through and what they had resurrected their spirits and their souls and their love out of the pit, it was like, oh my God, you want to talk about respect for what a being can do and be through, and how big a light they are now shining. And they're working to deprogram other people who have been through their horrific upbringing. So the light that they're shining is equivalent to the darkness of the depths that they were taken down to. This is not to excuse it. This is not to say, oh, well, it was a good thing because I turned out okay in the end. It's not. It's horrific. So, but it is possible to recover.
But there is hope.
Absolutely.
Now, one thing I wanted to ask is, I'm trying to think of solutions, and one solution that I commonly see thrown out there within the conspiracy, truth, I'm not sure what exactly you call it, but the community, greater community out there, is a lot of people are advocating disconnecting from society by doing what's called homesteading. You know, you're living out on a farm, on the woods. You may or may not have any electricity, raising chickens, growing your own food, teaching, homeschooling your kids.
I was a prepper homesteader for 30 years.
Well, what's the final take on that? Is this a way out? Is this the way to be? Is this the direction to move into?
I you know, there's no one way. There's no one answer. There's no, you know, there's going to be there are going to be people who find their light and their purpose and their love in New York City or the Bronx or LA or whatever. Some are going to find their heart place on a farm. I've found my heart place on the side of a freaking volcano in the middle of the ocean. Most unexpected. So there's no one path. There's 8 billion paths on this planet. That said, there's a certain level of just freaking common sense that says if you have globalists like Carl Schwab and Bill Gates talking about who's buying up farmland left, right, and center, talking about having to eat bugs, talking about global famines, problems with supply chain. If you're talking pandemics that are plandemics, if you're talking about the possibility of cyber attacks on banks, all these different possibilities of divide, conquer, and control, pick your next one, economic crash, another pandemic, an alien invasion that's actually holographic, with laser weapons. Name your poison, divide, conquer, and put the cattle in the chute. So knowing that this is the agenda, that this is what's going down, it only makes sense to secure a food supply. Make friends with local farmers. Start shopping at your farmer's market. Don't buy synthetic meat and processed crap food that has unbelievable poisons in it. If you can grow your own food, great. If you can, buy a place with a well, even better. It just makes sense. It's especially in these days when things are so rocky and who knows what's going to happen. Put together a community buying club and start, and put up food supply, of grains or whatever, long-term staples, just to be able to weather whatever storm, and the comfort level that comes from that. You don't have to be a sane person with, 18 Uzis in your basement to do this. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about common sense. How can I and my family ride out a storm? So that's, like that. Yeah. You don't have to go insane over it, but again, we got, what do they say? Common sense is so rare that, it's not common.
Any thoughts on Donald Trump? Good guy, bad guy?
I haven't got a freaking clue. I have to say that as much as I hate that man, I'm like everybody else. I hate him, and I have to admire that he's just Mr. Teflon. It's just like I've never seen anything like it. I have no idea what his agenda is and what his part in all this is. And, and I'm actually really, really grateful that, Donald Trump finally, and Biden finished me off. I'm just out of that game. I am just fucking not interested anymore. It's a show. It's a dog and pony show with trumpets and horns and parades. It's unbelievable. It's distraction. That whole paradigm is going down because it's all built on hierarchy and control and domination. It's a monopoly game gone way past its prime. So, that's that whole system. The beautiful thing about, what I said earlier, when we come into our true being, and we recognize we're already in our true being, but when we recognize our true being as love and spirit, that again, it's going to create its own path. And that which is anti-life, that which is unsustainable, it has to fall. Corruption, infinite resource depletion, infinite profit is unsustainable. It's going down. It can't go anywhere else. So that's hopeful. And it's going to be ugly while it goes down, which is why I have a lot of farmer friends and a garden out back. It's going to be ugly going down. But it will go down.
You have a garden. Are you growing vegetables back there?
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
I mean, yes.
Oh, no, it's okay. We are not censored here. But Kate, we are approaching the 2-hour mark. I want to
Yeah.
thank you first of all for sharing so much of your time with us, definitely. But I also want to just one more time open up the show to you, let you hop up on the soapbox, step behind the podium, and just say whatever you would like to say in finality to my audience out there. And please follow that up with everything and anything that you'd like to plug, anything you have coming up, plug your book, plug your books, websites, appearances, social media, anything and everything. Please go ahead.
Cracking the Matrix. If you want the full story, it's called Cracking the Matrix 14 Keys to Individual and Global Freedom. You can find it on Amazon and you can order it through any bookstore. I do have a Substack. I really love Substack. There's so many great minds on that, and that's cmontana.substack.com. My website's catemontana.com, again with a C. I just, I guess after all of this, I'd like to say, I hope I brought enough hope into this and not like, oh God, I hope it's going to work out. No, it's going to work out. As I say, what's been going down is going down because it's unsustainable. And it's not in alignment with who we really are. Okay. So we are, the new heaven and the new earth. Well, the new heaven and the new earth are the same thing. It's long been prophesied. And it's always dark. I'm going to throw out another cliche. It's always darkest before the dawn. Do I sometimes just think it's just never going to end? Yeah. Do I wish that it would just get on with it and fall apart so we could get on with it? Yeah. The world's going to do what it's going to do, but I really do have faith in humanity. I have faith in humanity. How about them apples? It's the exact inverse of what we're being taught and trained to believe, but I have deep faith in humanity's goodness.
Going back to the Matrix, wasn't Agent Smith telling us humans that we're just parasites and we're a virus and we're this and that? Yeah, it's like Agent Smith was literally an Archon doing the same thing, trying to bring us down and put us down and make us feel like pieces of shit once again.
Yep. Yeah. And we're anything but.
I love it. All right, Kate. Anything else before we close out here?
Can't think of a thing. If you ever want to have another discussion, I'm available.
Oh, most definitely. You've been a great guest, and I definitely like to have you back on. We could catch up on your latest writings, your latest work, whatever is going on with you. Absolutely.
Cool. I love it. Yeah, it's all about reaching out. It's all about community. It's all about coming together, having the freedom to have these kinds of conversations and perpetuate that freedom for ourselves.
Excellent. Well, once again, Kate, I thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was great getting to know you. Great talking to you. The audience definitely liked you, and we will talk to you again in the future.
Lovely. Thank you, Daniel. Aloha.
Aloha. Good night. And that was Cate Montana. Had a great time with her. Oh my God. What a great guest. That was different than anybody that I've ever had on this program. Definitely a unique take. And I'm very glad I reached out to her and asked her to come on this program because I feel that turned out great. It has been 2 hours and we are headed into break. Of course, I need to rest my vocal cords and refresh myself a little bit, but we are going to go ahead and head into our mid-show segment, which is Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Let's see if he's ready to go. Are you ready to go, Dr. Robert?
I'm ready and willing, man. I'm ready.
All right. I spoke to Dr. Robert earlier, and he's got one heck of a segment plan, our show within a show, Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, please take control.
Thank you, Danny Boy. Appreciate it. All right, my name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host, and this show is just a mere segment of In the Days Radio. In today's episode 4, we're going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. However, today, I want to shift gears a bit and go over basic mind control tactics. Mind control tactics that I'm sure were deployed by Charles Manson that he used on his Manson family members. The following is a tweaked version of a talk my spiritual mentor, DS, shared with us, as well as a grave warning for those among us who are unaware of the demonic forces at play. In our next episode, we will return to Charles Manson and a tour of his hometown and many other adventures relevant to our tale. So now I'm going to talk about conversion, which is a nice word for brainwashing. Everything I'll share only exposes the surface of the problem. I don't know how the misuse of these techniques can be stopped other than through public awareness. It isn't possible to legislate against what often cannot be detected. And if those who legislate are using these techniques, there's little hope of affecting laws to govern usage. I'm talking about mind manipulation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about my own business. I know it, and I know how effective it can be. And on some of my clients, I use conversion tactics to assist them to become independent and self-sufficient. But anytime I use these techniques, I point out that I'm using them, and those clients have a choice to participate or not. They're also aware of the desired result of participation. So to begin, I want to share a basic fact about brainwashing. In the entire history of man, no one has ever been brainwashed and realized or believed that he had been brainwashed. Those who have been brainwashed will usually passionately defend their manipulators, claiming they have simply been shown the light or have been transformed in miraculous ways. So the birth of conversion and brainwashing begins with a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Edwards and what I like to deem the demonic accident. Any study of brainwashing has to begin with the study of Christian revivalism in 18th century America. Jonathan Edwards accidentally discovered the techniques during a religious crusade in 1735 in Northampton, Massachusetts. By inducing guilt and acute apprehension, and by increasing tension, the sinners attending his revival meetings would break down and completely submit. Technically, what Edwards was doing was creating conditions that wipe the brain slate clean so that the mind accepts new programming. He would tell those attending, "You're a sinner! You're destined for hell!" As a result, one person committed suicide and another attempted suicide. The neighbors of the suicidal converts related that they too were affected so deeply that although they had found eternal salvation, they were obsessed with a diabolical temptation to end their own lives. Chew on that a bit. Once a preacher, cult leader, manipulator, or authority figure creates the brain phase to wipe the brain slate clean, his subjects are open to new programming, new input in the form of suggestions that can be substituted for their previous ideas. Because Edwards didn't turn his message positive until the end of the revival, many accepted the negative suggestions and acted or desired to act upon them. Now, moving along to another evangelist or revivalist Charles J. Finney. Let's call this the strange case of Charles J. Finney. Charles J. Finney was another Christian revivalist who used the same techniques 4 years later in mass religious conversions in New York. The techniques apparently are still being used today by Christian revivalists, cults, human potential training, some business rallies, and the U.S. Armed Services. Fancy that. Is it a happy accident or a fortunate accident? Let me point out that I don't think most revivalist preachers realize or know they are using brainwashing techniques. Edwards simply stumbled upon a technique that worked, and others copied it and have continued to copy it for over 200 years. That should give the audience some idea of how long we have been playing with mind control shit. And the more sophisticated our knowledge and technology become, the more effective the conversion. I feel strongly that this is one of the major reasons for the increasing rise in Christo-fascism, especially the YouTube variety, while most of the Orthodox religions are declining. Now let's move on to the 3 brain phases and Pavlov's dog, which I'm pretty sure many of you have heard of. The Christians, ladies and gentlemen, may have been the first to successfully formulate brainwashing, but we have to look to Pavlov, the Russian scientist, for a technical explanation. In the early 1900s, his work with animals opened the door to further investigation with humans. After the revolution in Russia, Lenin was quick to see the potential of applying Pavlov's research to his own ends. 3 distinct and progressive states of trans-marginal inhibition were identified by Pavlov. The first is the equivalent phase, in which the brain gives the same response to both strong and weak stimuli. Second is the paradoxical phase, in which the brain responds more actively to weak stimuli than the strong ones. Third is the ultra-paradoxical phase, in which conditioned responses and behavior patterns turn from positive to negative, or from negative to positive. Think anger, fear, excitement, nervous tension. With the progressions through each phase, the degree of conversion becomes more effective and complete. The ways to achieve conversion are many and varied, but the usual first step in religious, hear me out, or political brainwashing is to work on the emotions of an individual or group until they reach an abnormal level of anger, fear, excitement, or nervous tension. Chew on that. The progressive result of this mental condition is impaired judgment and increased suggestibility. The more this condition can be maintained or intensified, the more it compounds. Once catharsis, or the first brain phase, is reached, the complete mental takeover becomes easier. Existing mental programming can be replaced with new patterns of thinking and behavior. Now, hear me out. Other often use physiological weapons to modify normal brain functions some of you are already doing. For instance, fasting, radical or high sugar diets, physical discomforts, regulation of breathing, mantra chanting, and medication. The disclosure of awesome mysteries, special lighting and sound effects, programmed responses to incense or intoxicating drugs. Think LSD in the case of Charlie Manson. The same results can be obtained in contemporary psychiatric treatment by electric shock treatments and even by purposefully lowering a patient's blood sugar level with insulin injections. Now, moving on along to hypnosis versus conversion. Before I talk about exactly how some of the techniques are applied, I want to point out that hypnosis and conversion tactics are two distinctly different things, and that conversion techniques are far more powerful. However, the two are often mixed with powerful results. Back to revivalist preachers and how that shit works. If you'd like to see revivalist preachers at work, there are probably several in your city. Go to the church or tent early and sit in the rear about 3/4 of the way back. Most likely, repetitive music will be played. While the people come in for service, a repetitive beat, ideally ranging from 45 to 72 beats per minute, which is a rhythm close to the beat of a human heart, is very hypnotic and can generate an eye-opened, altered state of consciousness in a high percentage of people. Hold that thought. And once you're in an alpha state, you are at least 25 times as suggestible as you would be in full beta consciousness. The music is probably the same for every service, incorporates the same beats, and many of the people will go into an altered state almost immediately upon entering the sanctuary, something like muscle memory. Subconsciously, they recall their state of mind from previous services and respond according to post-hypnotic programming. Do this. Watch the people waiting for the service to begin. Many will exhibit external signs of trance, body relaxation, and slightly dilated eyes. Often, they begin swaying back and forth with their hands in the air while sitting in their chairs. Next, the assistant pastor will come out. He usually speaks with a voice roll, the voice roll technique. A voice roll is a patterned pace style used by hypnotists when inducing a trance. It is also used by many lawyers. Several of the most famous are highly trained hypnotists. Keep that in mind. When they desire to entrench a point firmly in the minds of the jurors, a voice roll can sound as if the speaker were taking or talking to the beat of a metronome, or it may sound as though he were emphasizing every word in a monotonous pattern style. The words will usually be delivered at the rate of 35 to 60 beats per minute, maximizing the hypnotic effect. Now the assistant pastor begins the build-up process. He induces an altered state of consciousness and or begins to generate the excitement and expectations of the audience. Keep that in mind. You should be taking notes. Next, a group of young women in sweet and pure saffron dresses might come out to sing a song. Gospel songs, incidentally, are great for building excitement and involvement. Keep that in mind. In the middle of the song, one of the girls might be smitten all of a sudden by the Spirit and fall or react as if possessed by the Holy Spirit. This effectively increases the intense atmosphere in the room. Compare that to something like intense sexual tension. At this point, hypnosis and conversion tactics are being mixed. The result is the audience's attention is now totally focused on the communication while the environment becomes more exciting or tense. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Right about this time, when an eyes open mass-induced alpha mental level has been achieved, they usually pass the collection plate. Listen to what I'm saying. In the peak of trance, that's when they usually pass the collection plate. In the background, a 45 beat per minute voice roll from the assistant preacher might exhort, give to God, give to Jesus, give to God, give to Jesus. And the audience does give. God may not get the money, but his already wealthy representatives will. For instance, what we in the Black community like to call Reverend Pork Chop or Reverend Chitlin. Next, the fire and brimstone preacher will come out. He induces fear and increases the tension by talking about the devil, going to hell, or the forthcoming Armageddon. In the last such rally I attended, the preacher talked about the blood that will soon be running out of every faucet in the land. He was also obsessed with a bloody axe of God, which attendees had seen hanging above the pulpit the previous week. I do not doubt that some people saw it. The power of suggestion given to a group of people in hypnosis assures that at least 10 to 25% will see whatever he suggested they see. Next, moving on to what is called testifying and or witnessing. In most revivalist gatherings, if you're familiar with them, testifying or witnessing usually follows the fear-based sermon. People from the audience come up on stage and relate their stories. I was crippled. Now I can walk. I had arthritis. God, Jesus, and now it's gone. It is a psychological manipulation that works. And after listening to numerous case histories of miraculous healings, the average guy in the audience with a minor problem is sure he can be healed. The room is now charged with fear, guilt, intense excitement, and expectations. Now, those who want to be healed are frequently lined up around the edge of the room, or they are told to come to the front. The preacher might touch them on the head firmly and scream, "Be healed! Jesus said, be healed!" This releases the psychic energy, and for many, catharsis results. What is catharsis? Catharsis is a purging of repressed emotions. Think of it that way. For instance, individuals might cry, fall down, or even go into spasms. And if catharsis is affected, they stand a chance of being healed. In catharsis, the brain state is temporarily wiped clean and the new suggestion is accepted. For some, the healing may be permanent. For many, it will last 4 days to a week. A week is incidentally how long a hypnotic suggestion given to a somnambulistic subject will usually last. Even the healing doesn't last. If they come back every week, the power of suggestion may continually override the problem. This is dangerous. Or because sometimes, sadly, it can mask physical problems, which could prove to be very detrimental to the individual in the long run. So keep that in mind. And I want to be perfectly clear here. I nor my mentor are saying that legitimate healings do not take place. They do. Maybe the individual is ready to let go of negativity that caused the problem in the first place. Maybe it was the work of God. Hell. Yet I contend that it can be explained with existing knowledge of brain-mind function. The techniques and staging will vary from church to church. Many use speaking in tongues to generate catharsis. In some, while the spectacle creates the intense excitement in the observer. Keep that in mind. The use of hypnotic and conversion techniques by religions is sophisticated, and professionals are assuring that they become even more effective. In fact, there is a man in Los Angeles who is designing, building, and reworking a lot of churches around the county. He tells ministers what they need and how to use it. This man's track record indicates that the congregation and the monetary income will double if the minister follows his instructions. He admits that about 80% of his efforts are in the sound system and lighting. So be warned. Powerful sound and the proper use of lighting are of primary importance in inducing an altered state of consciousness. I've been using them for years in my own practice. However, my participants are fully aware of the process and what they can expect as a result of their participation. 6 conversion techniques. Cults and human potential training companies are always looking for new converts. To attain them, they may use conversion tactics, which must be effective within a short space of time, usually a weekend, but in some cases, as quickly as a single day. The following are the 6 primary techniques used to generate the conversion process. So pay attention. I'm giving you game. I'm teaching you how to defend yourself and recognize when you're being attacked. Conversion tactic 1. The meetings or trainings take place in an area where participants are cut off from the outside world. A private home, a remote or rural setting, or a hotel ballroom where the participants are allowed only limited bathroom usage. In human potential training, the controllers will give a lengthy talk about the importance of keeping agreements in life. The participants are told, if you don't keep your agreements, your life will never work. Generally, this is good advice, but the controllers are subverting a positive human value. Again, the controllers are subverting a positive human value for selfish purposes. The participants vow to themselves and their trainer that they will keep their agreements. Anyone who doesn't concur will be intimidated into agreement, they do this shit in Scientology a lot, are forced to leave the training. The next step is to get the participant to agree to complete the training, thus assuring a high percentage of conversion for that organization. They will usually have to agree not to take drugs, smoke, and sometimes not to eat. Or they're giving short meal breaks that it creates tension. One of the real reasons for the agreements is to alter internal chemistry, which generates anxiety and hopefully causes at least a slight malfunction of the nervous system, which in turn increases the conversion potential. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Before the gathering is complete, the agreement's manipulation will be used to ensure that the new converts go out and find new participants. They are intimidated into agreeing to bring in at least 2 potential converts. Since the importance of keeping agreements is so high on their priority list, the converts will twist the arms of everyone they know, attempting to talk them into attending the free introductory session offered at a future date by the training organization. Keep that in mind. The new converts are zealots. The inside term for merchandising one of the largest and most successful human potential training is sell it by zealots. At least 1 million people are graduates, and a good percentage have been left with a mental activation button that assures their future loyalty and existence if the guru figure or organization calls. Think about the potential implications of hundreds of thousands of zealots programmed to campaign for their guru. Now listen up, ladies and gentlemen. Be wary of an organization of this type that offers follow-up sessions after the seminar. Follow-up sessions might be weekly meetings or inexpensive seminars given regularly, which the organization will attempt to talk you into taking. These regularly scheduled events are used for what, ladies and gentlemen? To maintain control. As the early Christian revivalists found, long-term control is dependent upon a good follow-up system. Conversion tactic number 2. A schedule is maintained that causes physical, hear me out, and mental fatigue. This is primarily accomplished by long hours in which the participants are given no opportunity for relaxation or reflection, showing why that is the case. Think about that carefully. Conversion tactic number 3. Techniques are used to increase the tension in the room or environment. We kind of spoke about that earlier. You know, about the testifying and the witnessing and the falling out and the healing. Conversion tactic number 4, uncertainty. One of the most effective ways of creating uncertainty is to subject the participants to the fear of being put on the spot. They do this shit in law school too. Or encountered by the trainers who play upon guilt feelings or convince the participants to verbally relate their innermost secrets in front of others. Activities that emphasize the removal of masks are another powerful ploy. One of the most successful human potential seminars forces the participant to stand on a stage in front of the entire audience while being verbally attacked by the trainers. A public poll showed that the most fearful of all situations is speaking to an audience. Chew on that. It's ranked above window washing outside the 85th floor of an office building. So you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the fear and tension this situation generates among the seminar participants who have agreed to complete the training. Many faint, but most cope with the stress by mentally going away. They go into an alpha state, which automatically opens them to being 25 to 200 times more suggestible. Chew on that. And another loop of the downward spiral into conversion is successively affected. Conversion tactic number 5, the introduction of jargon. New terms that have meaning only to the insiders who have participated in the training. Vicious language is also frequently used to purposely make participants uncomfortable. Conversion tactic number 6. There's no humor in the communications until the participants are converted. Then merrymaking and humor are highly desirable as symbols of the new joy the participants have supposedly found. I'm not saying that good does not result from participation in such gatherings, but it is important for people to know what has happened and to be aware that continual involvement may not be in their best interest. Show on that. Over the years, I have conducted professional seminars to teach people to be hypnotists, trainers, and counselors. I had many of those who conducted human potential trainings and rallies from the training companies who use the tactics I just described come to me and say, I know what I'm doing works, but I don't know why. After showing them how and why, many have gotten out of the business or have decided to approach it differently or in a much more loving and supportive manner. Many of these trainers have become personal friends, and it scares us all to have experienced the power of one person with a fucking microphone in a room full of fucking people. Add a little charisma, and you can count on a high percentage of conversion. The sad truth is that a high percentage of people seem to want to become true believers and give away their power. Cult gatherings or human potential trainings are an ideal environment to observe firsthand what is technically called the Stockholm Syndrome. This is a situation in which those who are intimidated, controlled, or made to suffer begin to love, admire, and even sometimes sexually desire their controllers and captors. Think foundational Black Americans in their inability, and Puerto Ricans, all descendants of chattel slavery, and Dominicans and Cubans who want to disassociate from their Blackness and want to do everything to be right, even despite all the atrocities we have suffered. Same thing, but I digress. So let me interject a word of warning here. If you think you can attend such gatherings and not be affected, I got some fucking news for you. A perfect example is the case of a woman who went to Haiti on a fellowship to study Haitian voodoo. In her report, she related, now the music eventually induced uncontrollable body movements and an altered state of consciousness. Although she understood the process and thought herself above it, when she began to feel herself become vulnerable to the music, she attempted to fight it and turn away. Anger or resistance almost always ensures conversion. A few moments later, she was possessed by the music and began dancing in a trance around the voodoo meeting house. A brain phase has been induced by the music and incitement, and she awoke feeling reborn. The only hope of attending such gatherings without being affected is to be the fucking Buddha and allow no positive or negative emotions to surface. Few people are capable of such detachment. Not even your good old Dr. Robert. I'm emotional as fuck. I also attended EST, Erhard Seminar Training. The training is no longer offered, although a current incarnation of the seminar is called the Forum. My goal in attending was to be an observer, to be Buddha throughout the process, which took place in a Phoenix Hotel ballroom with 2,000 people attending. I remained detached until late afternoon of the final day, when the doctor stood up and accused the EST trainer of using brainwashing tactics. The incensed trainer argued back, using ridiculous Zen riddles to try to intimidate the doctor. After 45 minutes of ranting, the trainer began using the other participants against the protesting doctors. Think flying monkeys, who was speaking the truth. That did it. I stood up, snapped a karate kick at the EST staffer, and took a spare microphone out of his hand. The kick was to distract and did not inflict pain. Then I verbally went after the trainer. He responded by yelling for his people to call the police. Both the doctor and I walked out of the training room as the police arrived. I probably still listed in the EST computers as someone who doesn't keep agreements. Hardy har har. Before leaving the 6 conversion tactics, I should mention military boot camp. Marine Corps talk about breaking men down before rebuilding them as new men. As Marines, it's goddamn killing machines. Fighting hard, fighting for the country. That is exactly what they do. The same way a cult breaks its people down and rebuilds them as happy flower sellers on your local street corner. Every one of the 6 conversion techniques are used in boot camp. Considering the needs of the military, I'm not making a judgment as to whether this is good or bad. As a simple fact, these men are brainwashed. Those who won't submit must be discharged or spend much of their time in the brig. Moving on to the decognition process. Once the initial conversion is effected, cults, armed services, and similar groups cannot have cynicism among their members. Members must respond to commands and do as they are told, otherwise they're dangerous to the organizational control. This is normally accomplished as a 3-step decognition process. Walk with me now. Step 1 is alertness reduction. The controller cause the nervous system to malfunction, making it difficult to distinguish between fantasy and reality. This can be accomplished in several ways. Poor diet is one. Watch out for brownies and or Kool-Aid. The sugar throws the nervous system off. More subtle is the spiritual diet used by many cults. They eat only vegetables and fruits without the groundings of grains, nuts, seeds, dairy products, fish, or meat. An individual becomes mentally spacey. Inadequate sleep is another primary way to reduce alertness, especially when combined with long hours of work or intense physical activity. Being bombarded with intense and unique experiences achieves the same results. Step 2, programmed confusion. Dun, dun, dun. You're mentally assaulted while your alertness is being reduced, as in step 1. This is accomplished with a deluge of new information, lectures, discussion groups, encounters, or one-to-one processing, which loosely amounts to the controller bombarding the individual with questions. Think Scientology. During this phase of decognition, reality and illusion often merge, and perverted logic is likely to be accepted. Step 3, thought stopping. Techniques are used to cause the mind to go flat. Altered states of consciousness techniques that initially induce calmness by giving the mind something simple to deal with that focuses awareness. The continued use brings on feelings of elation and eventual hallucination. The result is a reduction of thought, and eventually, if used long enough, the sensation of all thought and withdrawal from everyone and everything except that which the controller directs. The mental takeover is then complete. It is important to be aware that when members or participants are instructed to use thought stopping techniques, they are told that they will benefit by so doing. They will become better soldiers or attain enlightenment. There are 3 primary techniques used for thought stopping. The first is marching. The thump, thump, thump beat literally generates self-hypnosis and thus greater susceptibility to suggestion. In the early stages of his rise to power, Adolf Hitler used marching demonstrations and excitement as mass conversion techniques for those attending his rallies, and in the decognition phase for his soldiers. The second thought-stopping technique is meditation, something we all fucking do. If you spend 90 minutes or more a day in meditation, after a few weeks, there's a high probability that you will not return to full beta consciousness. Peep gang. You remain in a fixed state of alpha for as long as you continue to meditate. I'm not saying this is bad. If you do it yourself, it may be very beneficial. But know that you're causing your mind to go flat. I've worked with meditators on an EEG machine, and the results are conclusive. The more you meditate, the flatter your mind becomes, into eventually, and especially if used to excess or in combination with decognition, all thought ceases. Some spiritual groups call this nirvana.
Dr. Robert, we're going a little long here. Do you think you could save it for the next time?
Oh, definitely. Am I talking too much?
No. It's great. I let it go as long as I did because it's fascinating. One of my favorite subjects is mind control, but Like I was saying, let's do it to be continued and pick up next time. We don't want the show to be too long.
No, thank you, man. I'm glad you told me that, man, because I should have went over it with you to see
Oh,
what
no
I
worries.
meant to ask you.
No worries. It was fascinating, and I did not want to cut you off because I was learning, and especially that stuff about marching. Like I said, one of my favorite topics, and people need to know this stuff because it arms them from things that they might experience even in their own workplace, which I have.
Yeah, exactly. Most definitely. That's why I wanted to share it with them. And it also sort of shows you how Manson might have manipulated, those young suburban kids' minds and whatnot.
Exactly. He was definitely doing more than the narrative says. He was an expert in something that we have very little understanding of, but the elite have been invested in since pretty much ancient times, because a lot of a lot of what's in the occult world or occulted world, a lot of black magic is actually hypnosis.
Oh, 100. 100, man. I'm just glad people are liking it, man. So we start off right here to be decognition to be continued. Already marked it in the notes.
What was that book? What were you reading exactly? Did you
This
write that?
basically is from like a talk my mentor gave us, and then he wrote about it, and I wanted to share it with you because he lays out just about everything in here.
It's definitely a good.
I
I
tweaked
like
it a bit, yeah. Huh?
I agreed with all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, man, like that's what I want to, and that's what I want that's what I want the audience to do. Basically, is kind of like think back and reflect on.
Oh, sorry.
Just like think back and reflect on when you might have experienced something like that.
It's like in Freemasonry, the initiate is brought before all the people and then shamed by wearing these old clothes, having their chest shown, belittled by all the members pointing a sword at them or putting a dagger at their heart or a compass point. And then same thing with the religion and the being in the system, locked up. Same thing with the meals,
that piss in the shit in the cake, that shit.
Yeah.
Isn't there one where you have to lay in a coffin and then all the brothers surround you and you have to give them every sexual experience you've ever had?
That's Skull and Bones, isn't it?
Yeah.
Skull and Bones. Okay. That's disgusting.
Say a really short quote by Adam Weishaupt, if that's cool. Just like it's like a sentence or so. The most admirable thing, it goes along with what he was saying. The most admirable thing of all is the great Protestant and Reformed theologians who belong to our order really believe they see in it the true and genuine mind of the Christian religion. Oh man, what cannot you be brought to believe? That's a quote from Adam Weishaupt that Nesta Webster does in her book World Revolution. There's a couple other quotes where she catches the Illuminati theologians saying the opposite things about being pro communists and saying Jesus was a communist, and then saying the opposite, where it's like you catch the Illuminati in their lies, so where they'll just tell you anything to get you to believe whatever they're spewing. But I mean, it also
they just want you to see them as authority figures. That's what my mentor talk about, like the revealing of like mysteries or higher knowledge and stuff like that. Because I think, remember Rowan, Danny Boy, remember one was on here?
Yeah, Rowan, definitely.
And he said like his biggest problem is like he's addicted to more and more knowledge. Because that'll get you caught up too. Because
that's what happened to me. That's why I started to dabble in black magic and stuff like that, because these entities were giving me knowledge. And as somebody who is addicted to learning, like, what better hook could you give me? But the problem is, I think a lot of these things I learned are actually deception and lies and things to get me to sort of like give myself up spiritually by accepting nonsense as truth.
Yeah, that's why I like the quote by Cooper, truth has no mystery.
What do you think he means by that? I'm curious.
Well, it's like the mystery religions, part of the what you were saying about the mystery drawing the candidate in. It's like the candidate is allured by the mystery, and they continue to wrap themselves in the rhetoric, and to breathe and to live it, and to it's
You know
like
what that reminds me of? Have you guys
What's
ever seen
that?
Shaka Zulu?
Oh yeah, that
The movie?
movie's from back in like the 90s, isn't it, or late 80s?
Yeah. Did you like
That's
that
a
movie,
good
by the
one.
way? I thought it was badass. But there's a
The
scene in
real
there where, like,
story's pretty crazy too. The story of the Zulus like killing people that had machine guns and muskets and shit like that. Just
oh,
by
yeah, because they beat, like, the
crazy
British
drugs
Army.
and-
That's why they
yeah,
had to come back and negotiate with them. But there's a scene in there. Remember when, like, he found, like, the hair dye and he dyed his hair, right?
uh-huh.
And he thought, like, they, like, gave him immortality, or they had the secret immortality, right?
Yeah.
And he did the same thing to his mother. And then his mother died. That's when he had the breakdown. And he realized, like, he realized that he couldn't, that, like, they bullshitted him, right? And he's, like, talking to him at the end because they come back. Because I guess, like, the guy, like, some of the guys get real close to him, the English guy, and they become smitten with him. So they kind of, like, defy their own government and kind of, like, semi-slay allegiance to Shaka, right? Because they convince his men to go out there and they treat him real bad and they enslave him and shit like that. But there's a part in there where he goes, "How do you trap a monkey, Faybana?" You know what I mean? And the guy explains, well, you could gourd, get an object, you know, and Shaka goes, "Show him something shiny." And that's really all it is, man. Like, they show you something shiny. Like, this make you powerful. Or you can use this to, you know, cast a love spell on the love of your dream. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Shriners, like just the name Shrine, that has like a magical incarnation, and it almost sounds like the Shiners. And I guess from what I've heard, these Shriners are like some of the biggest Luciferians out there.
Well, like the shrine is the stele, like the stele is a monolith, and that there is a secret society called the Stele Group, which worship the steles, and that, you know, it's like when 4 years ago all those monoliths appeared. No doubt in my mind that it was the Stele Group.
Why do you say the Stele Group, Clint?
Well, William Cooper emphasized on the Stele Group, and that the you know, he goes into that movie Space Odyssey 2001, directed by that pedophile, the one who created the well, no, I guess the storyline I'm thinking of. Sorry, Arthur C.
Here on out,
Clarke.
he shall forever be known.
Yeah, Arthur C. Clarke. Well, he invented the satellite system that we use today with all the satellites going around with but it's like Arthur C. Clarke. It's like he made that movie, and in the beginning it showed the monkeys, and they find the secret of the tool, and then the idea of the tool, and then it shows.
Oh, I think I'm just talking about
it shows
like
the monolith.
2000 something Odyssey.
Space Odyssey 2000.
Yeah.
And that monolith, and interestingly enough, which the new Barbie movie is being extremely advertised, and in that movie, I believe, was written for like an alchemical synthesis of the minds, and that in the beginning it shows the same symbol of the monolith from Space Odyssey 2001, and it shows a child holding a doll and then breaking it, and it's a symbol, and they're mainstream streaming these symbols to the masses, feeding them the opiate of the new religion, and it's not a god religion, it's the religion.
Clint,
what?
who is the Stele Group?
Well, it's
how do you spell Stele?
Stele. It's very hard to find anything on that particular group, but you know, it's like how you know how there's I'm pretty sure they're the ones that brought the obelisk to New York and London. I'm pretty sure, but
gotcha.
It's like the
and when you say brought an obelisk, like a real authentic obelisk or like a replica?
Yeah, it's like at a certain point in history, it's like the basic thing that they teach you in Freemasonry is the triangle being Isis, Horus, and Osiris, and then it's like when they completed
that's the
their
Trinity.
work.
That's the Trinity, like
but their
the
Trinity,
Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
yeah, but their Trinity is the Vatican, London, or the Vatican, which has an obelisk brought directly from Egypt, England, which also at the square or whatever there's an obelisk, and then New York, the New York Empire with the obelisk brought from Egypt at that park. What's
part of
Central
that
Park?
has to be because the Vatican knows that the Christian religion was actually originating in Egypt.
Yeah, the secret worship of Osiris.
But
Yeah, a lot
also
of
Egypt, they went through a period where they kind of smartened up, so to speak, and they, with Akhenaten, he realized that there was just one God and all other gods were projections of the one God. And today we call him Moses, but until the Vatican and those guys got their hands on the story, he was Akhenaten, or I think Amenhotep the fourth.
Oh, yeah. Well, in Egyptian, Akhenaten means beneficiary of a 10. And a 10 was the concealed god.
Huh. A 10, huh?
Yeah, I think what they mean by that, and I'm kind of guessing here, is kind of like how, you have the gods, the pagan gods that are coming down and doing this, doing that, bestowing ills and granting things to people and killing each other and doing things like that. But then you have like the true creator, the hidden God, the one that you don't see, that's really behind everything. I think back then they were a lot smarter than we are now. I mean, as a society, in the sense that they all kind of collectively realized at the time, or at least the followers of Akhenaten, that we've been had. These pagan gods are like not telling us the truth. They're just, everything is just an emanation from Creator.
It seems like the ancient religion seem to emanate around the number 72, which is possibly the 72 harmonic frequencies, like a piano key. There's 72 keys, I'm pretty sure.
Is there 72 keys? Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like well, in the Hebrew, one of the words of God is the Shem Ham Faresh, which is 72 letters of Exodus. And in the story of Osiris, he's pushed into his casket by 72 assailants. And then in the story of Solomon, he put 72 spirits into a vessel.
I was going to ask if anybody knew how many demons Solomon raised to build the temple. If you remember the story about Solomon using demons to build his temple.
I'm not sure, but that's interesting.
That might have been 72 as well, but I am on a computer, so I can't technically look it up.
Well, the three ruffians. I was just telling somebody about this in real life.
72 keys manifestation.
Well, the three ruffians that it's like Hiram Abiff was supposedly the architect of the temple, right? And
sorry to interrupt, but the Goetia has 72 sigils.
Oh yeah, that's what I always forget that one. But Jabba.
Hold on a second, Clint. Dr. Robert, I just wanted to say, fantastic presentation you're putting on here, buddy. I'm really digging this.
Oh, I just want my the mentor, the guy who taught me like spiritual hypnosis.
Yeah,
like he gave that talk one day to us, man. He was kind of warning us of what was going on.
Yeah,
and all my Manson research, when you talk about the LSD and shit like that, like to me, like that seems like to me that's some of those tactics make sense. That's exactly what he was using.
Yeah. Sometime maybe we can get around to doing some episodes on mind control here and the techniques they use and the techniques we can use on ourselves. And maybe we can break that down a little deeper because that's one of the subjects I love, and I'd love to fucking get deeper on that here.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get into that in this thing right here, too, when I come back to it, because I just think it's very important, especially now, when you talk about, and we're seeing it now, man, with the influencers
Oh yeah.
Even like people, like you got the MAGA code. There's some people got the blue MAGA code. You know what I mean? Like what I mean by that, man, is where the leader can do no wrong.
Trump,
We're like Biden. Those who
yeah,
love Trump can do no wrong. Those who love Biden can do no wrong.
Yeah,
I've seen on both sides.
Well, yeah, the cult,
Obama and several others, they're using like this advanced form of what you're talking about. They aren't who they say they are, in the sense that they are master magicians themselves, and they are using some type of double talk. And
not only that, man, we're going to go into like technology, like in the next part, technology they have.
If you look at Carl Schwab, that uniform that he was wearing, the symbol on it was the 9-pointed star.
Was it?
Yeah, the same symbol as the Baha'ism.
But we're gonna, it'll be so valuable to start trying to teach people this stuff, because
that's why I wanted to
do it. A long time ago, I got on here and I told Daniel my predictions based upon what chaos magicians said back in the 90s. And I told Daniel in one of these books, it was a heavy influence on me. They said that in their prediction was in the future that technology was going to become so advanced that there's going to be a smaller and tinier group in possession of it, smaller and smaller, until they'll almost become a priest class and separate from society. And they'll keep that technology a secret, of course, to maintain control.
Oh yeah, you're not going to share that shit with everybody. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's the basis of the Philosophers of Fire, where the fire was kept secret from the others, how to build it, and then from that, the secret from that emerged the occult secret society.
Arthur C. Clarke said any technology sufficiently advanced will be indistinguishable from magic to a less advanced society.
You remember Jim was on here? But like, if you want to be realistic though, like all that shit is magic. Like, I'm on my cell phone right now. Danny's in Seattle. You're in Arizona, right?
Totally. Yep, going there.
I'm in California.
Not there yet.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And like we're looking at each other, our pictures of each other. That's just magic, man.
It's
also,
I might be following Todd to Arizona because he was telling me about some of the rent prices down there, and dang, for what I'm paying now, I can get something like 3 times as big.
I don't blame you, man. Fuck that
legal down there.
Look, a lot of my family moved out of California for that very reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
a lot of my family came from California to Utah a while back, and then a portion of them left from Utah to Arizona because it was even better there. But
we're nomads, man. Poor people are nomads, man. You got to go where the jobs are at.
Exactly.
Where the price is right.
Living down Tumbleweed Alley during the Great Depression here. We're in the Great Depression here.
We're like on Skid Row right now.
Back to the magic thing. I mean, it's like the origin of the mysteries. Have you guys heard of the Heka of the Greek?
Hecate?
Hecate, or is it something different?
There was another in Egyptian. There was Heka too, for magic, and but it's like the triple-headed god. The idea of that, back to the Mason initiation, Jabulo, Jabuli, and Jabulan. That's who.
Brahmin has 3 heads too. Do you know that? Brahmin, I think, has like 3 heads.
Oh yeah, the triple head.
So does Beelzebub.
Yeah, this is another deep mystery of why they created these. I think they call them synchronizations.
You know what, Daniel? We had one.
What?
That woman you had on today, talking about mind control, and this talk I just gave right now. Straight synchronicity. I was thinking that, man. It was like on the same wavelength.
Because Dr. Robert, you were talking about the negative, the negative side effects, the negative, technology use of mind control. There's a positive use of technology of mind control if you understand it. Picture pearl divers. I've told this story to Daniel so many times. They can go down 20 feet deep and hold their breath for 40 feet deep, hold their breath for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
that's what my mentor
Because they're
said.
worth
That's what he
money.
taught us.
Another example is sharpshooters. They're taught to slow their breathing, slow their heart rate for the best, very right
Oh yeah. Well,
control that are
Yeah,
taught
what
to
makes it
do
bad
things.
though is people are doing it behind your back and
Well,
using it to
Oh
manipulate you
yeah,
for their own personal gains.
yeah,
That's why you
yeah,
want to make them aware of the process, and
yep,
then you can sketch out a plan. That's what I do with my clients.
yeah,
Like we sketch out a plan. Find out, what do you want, and it's a lot of work, man, because you really have to get the person.
oh
Like,
yeah,
I need you to visualize whatever you want, what that looks like to you. Like,
yeah.
what do
There you
you
go.
want? You got to
Yeah.
go that deep, man.
Oh
it's
yeah.
like
Somebody taught me a long time ago, and it was one of these big thinkers, these critically acclaimed, like old time Tony Robbins guys. And he said 50% of having anything occur that you want to have happen is in identifying exactly what it is. So you have to identify down to the tiniest detail what you want, and you're halfway.
I've had experiences like that, like especially when once again talking about job hunting. Like every time I got like some halfway decent job, it's because I literally visualized in my head exactly what I wanted to be doing. Like I did that, and then months later, like I apply one time, and then they hire me right away. It's literally just like that.
You want to hear something weird? I've been getting free weed all week doing that. No bullshit, dude. Like
I wanted that.
no. Like I went over to my mom's
Yeah.
house, right, to help my mom, right? And the neighbor's cousin came across the street, right, out of nowhere, right, and just gave me a big ass nugget of like some
Nice.
indica sativa mix, and I said, "Wow," right? So that was cool, right? So I smoked all that, right? I was like, "Damn, Spirit, I'm gonna need some more weed," right? And I seen about going to the store, right? So I went to the bank, got some money, right? Went back, right? The homegirl across the street named Love from my mother, right, had a big ass, because I don't really smoke blunts. I smoke out of a pipe, right? So she had
Right.
a big ass bag of shake, right? And gave me like a big, like poured some in a big ass bag and gave it to me and shit. And I was just
Clean
like,
up.
thanking the Orisha's like a motherfucker, man.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
all this free weed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the only reason I'm not a real big blunt guy is because the wraps have nicotine in them.
That too, and it's a waste of weed. I think it's a waste of weed. How high can you get?
I'm sitting here smoking my like second giant joint.
Well, the idea is that while you smoke it, it resonates what's left. So if you like, for one person, it's a waste, but if you have like 6 people, it actually makes your weed go way further.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Well, clam bake.
Yeah.
If you're sitting in a car and you clam bake, that's where you get so high off the clam
Pipe
bake.
by yourself, pipe bong by yourself, weed or joints and blunts when you out with a crew.
There you go.
What,
So
that's
anyways,
what
the
I wanted to go
universe.
back
We
to
always
the,
said clam bake
So
program.
anyways, the universe blessed you today, Dr. Robert.
Blessed me all week, man, with a lot of bud and
Blessed y'all
shit.
week. Yeah.
All week,
yeah.
man. Bud.
Hell yeah.
I just been laughing and having a good time, man. And just good shit
Fantastic.
just been happening to me, man. I've been tripping, man. And I think the show is doing it too. Because I can't wait
Yeah.
to do the show, man. So I'll be like in a
Yeah.
real good mood. So I think
I know
that
what you mean.
energy sort of attracts good shit to you.
I know what you mean. This show is addictive, and I'm so glad that you're on here and Clint's on here, and
I'm
we can
having
all
fun,
thank
man.
Daniel.
Plus, man, you know
We
what,
can all
man?
thank Daniel for this.
I'm a rebel at
That's what I want
heart,
to hear. It's addictive.
and I like sticking it to the man. So anytime
love
I can tell the people the truth, man, and stick it to the man, I'm all for it. And this
Yeah.
show lets all of us stick it to the man.
And that's the best way to stick it to them too, is waking people up to this shit.
Well, not to backtrack, but about the sharpshooter comment, it's like when you're target practicing, like it's like a psychic feeling of knowing that it's gonna hit the center of the target, where it's like because you guys are talking about visualizing your future or job or whatnot, and like one time my friends came over and freaking they had their bows and arrows and shit, and I hadn't shot a bow in like fucking years, And they're like, "You want to try first?" You know, we're like 50 yards away from the target. Some like piece of cardboard that I drew a couple circles on, you know, and fucking I like pulled it back and was like, pop, dead center. And they were all blown
That's kind of how archery is. Like there's you know, some people use sights, but like real old fashioned archery, it's all by like feel. It's about shooting like 1,000 arrows until you know exactly where everything's.
Have you read Zen in the Art of Archery, Daniel?
No, I just kind of dabbled with it.
You have Japanese, right?
Quarter Japanese.
Dude, you gotta read that shit, dude. That's in your blood, man. Like it goes into like the perfect Zen mind. Like a lot of golfers read it. Like how to get in that like zone state, dude. Zen in the Art of Archery, dude. Man, dude. Gotta read that shit. That's your heritage, man. That is your heritage.
Well, do you have a katana?
No.
That's what you need. You need that.
You know how expensive real katanas are? Like you can get some weird, like one made out of lead or something off eBay, and it might cut some cans and stuff. But a real tempered steel katana that has to be made by an expert. You know, the dude that swings the hammer and has a fire. And
like Hattori Hanzo, huh?
I've got quite a few layered katanas that were like $300 to $500. And I watched them all bend on the trees. And then my friend, he bought me a $600 1055 steel katana. And fucking, I was hitting everything. I hit a basketball hoop that was steel. It didn't even phase it. Like it was just crazy because I've had so many katanas that I like, you know, just run through the woods and chop shit like freaking.
I had a ninja sword,
this
man.
thing right here. It's the most cheap piece of shit. Every time I even just try to chop wood with it, it just like breaks pieces off, and I have to sharpen it every time.
Well,
you know what that looks like?
Life,
it looks like a knife from Dundee. And you remember that Australian movie, Crocodile Dundee?
Yeah, Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
Remember he goes, "That's not a knife, mate. This is a knife."
Totally.
Yeah. But this is a stray. Don't buy strays. They're pieces of shit.
The 1055 steel though is really I think they have
Conan the Barbarian over there.
It's like I think everybody should be armed in case of, you know, because it's like that old saying, who's going to get there first if you call the cops or Domino's? You know,
this is a buck knife. This is a real knife. This is what you want to get. This shit will stay sharp. It's perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
These are high quality and very good price.
You know, one of my buddies was telling me some hacks, some life hacks. Or don't want one. One of my buddies was telling me, put bleach in a spray bottle. Shoots 20 feet. Shoot somebody in the face with that.
Well,
get yourself a can of wasp spray. See how long somebody can take fucking wasp spray being shot in their face for 15
Or piss in a bottle like that and just spray piss in their face.
The natives
gross them out, yeah.
They would put poison tip darts.
You see that video with that guy? He got caught stealing in Target. I saw it on like TikTok, right? So he gets caught stealing in Target, right? And then like they grab him and they're trying to keep him from getting outside the store, right? He literally digs in his ass, dude, and pulls out shit, rubs it on his face. They all let him go, dude. He walks out the store. No bullshit.
If somebody did that to me, they would not get up off the ground.
Nobody's chasing him after that. They're like,
oh, man, they let him go like a motherfucker, dude. It was like the funniest shit in the world. Like,
they have these little necklaces for women. Like if someone tries to rape them, they break it open and it just smells like skunk. And like, yeah, it's just torturous.
Hey, you remember that? What's that show called? Earl. It was about like karma. Like Earl.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What's the show called?
Was it a comedy thing?
I really
liked
it.
Show?
He was
it was called like Earl.
My name is Earl.
My name is Earl. Yeah.
Oh.
And remember, he was like, he had that experience and he realized it was karma. So he's going back trying to get, make up for all the bad shit he did. He had a list.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And remember, like, his ex-wife is married to the black. No, yeah. But remember, like, his brother, like the big guy, Randy, he had that real beautiful, like, Latino girl that he really wanted real bad. And I guess, like, she lost the date. I don't know what it was, but, like, she didn't really want to have sex with him, but they're like, have sex with him to kind of like get him off your case. But Earl's wife said, like, like, I got a plan for you. And they made her not bathe for days, like put her in all this stinky ghost stuff. And he finally had sex with her, right? But I guess to her, it turned out to be like real bomb, right? But it was so much, but it was, she really did. It was so stinky and horrible that he didn't want anything to do with it. She's trying to get him to have sex with her again.
There you
she
go.
Keeps going near him, like sniffing, like, see, does you don't smell anything?
I've known some girls like that. They were hot. They just had like a funk on them. Like you think like any hot girl would smell good, but it's not true.
A lot of people aren't clean.
Wow.
A lot of people.
Some people don't wash their ass, man. And you gotta know all that about a partner, man. Do they really wash their ass?
It's like most people aren't even awake. I mean,
We're sorry for those people. Yeah,
people are walking around asleep.
out there.
They're not. They can talk and they seem like they're awake, but their words mean nothing. They don't have anything going on in their head. It's sad, and it's not any like particular group of people or anything.
They're like non-player
NPCs.
They're like NPCs, non-player characters.
Yeah, it's like I wonder if the zombie. Oh, sorry. I wonder if the zombie movies are a metaphor about the average person.
But you can see why it happens, though. It's like if you just have to go to your job every day and you got all these responsibilities and you can barely get ahead financially. Like the only thing you have to look forward to is the weekend where you get to drink beer and watch football and escape.
Well, it's like people in the modern world don't understand that we're in economic slavery by socialist, communist Illuminati. And they've controlled everything. Every aspect of the world is controlled by them, where we will go to school from cradle to grave, and that we will in the Masonic, one of the secret society books, it says they are to be entertained, talking about us, the uninitiated.
Totally.
And it's like the common person is just sitting there playing some video game or looking at stupid memes. Can you repeat that? You froze.
You're breaking up a little bit, Todd.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it was done to them. This situation, there's a chance for everyone, to learn in our society. But at the same time, there's something that's chipping away at people and keeping them from learning. So while, you could have learned this stuff out there, but on the other hand, there's a big wall of propaganda that's been put up. The biggest wall of propaganda in history has been erected in the last 20, 30 years. Right here. We're looking at like the propaganda tidal wave.
Well, on page 40 of the Communist Manifesto, he calls for the destruction of the family unit.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's page 40.
Well, but Plato Republic talks about that too, though, like the destruction of the family union. When you talk about the guardians, like Plato's Republic, it's like the same concept.
William Cooper was against Plato.
They want to get rid of the family unit because it creates wealth into the future. It creates a legacy. It creates a good upbringing. If they can split the parents up, or if they can put the kids against the parents, they make the kids' life harder. If this parents split up, the kids' life gets harder.
Parents are usually who teach their kids about God. Like it's common.
Yeah,
it's like
morality.
Other things, like negative things, like racism. It all comes from the parents.
Racism.
It's like what the propaganda machine has done has empowered the youth with pride and generally speaking, not but pride and empowering them to be rebels against their parents, and that they've done a
number of things.
That part, I really believe that shit right there, man.
Yeah, because the Soviets said specifically that they would target the youth and they would use a grinding, slow gradualism process of 50 to 70 years. They said that 50 to 70 years from now.
That's what they've been doing too.
Yeah, you go on TikTok or anything and you'll see people wearing Soviet patches, Soviet hats,
stars,
cool and shit.
Che Guevara's cool. Che Guevara's cool.
Yeah, or they all have Karl Marx as their profile picture. and it's like
Vive
Marx,
la
Yeah, they have
revolution.
Karl Marx as their profile picture, but they've never even read the Communist Manifesto.
yeah, it's like Ralph Epperson points out, the manifesto didn't have Marx's name on it until 17 years after it was written because
Oh, for
somebody
sure.
else wrote it. It was Illuminati doctrine rebranded.
Totally. Into the history of the Communist Manifesto, you'll find it was all those ideas were around since the French Revolution, which Clint keeps bringing up. One of the most first gruesome times in modern history, semi-modern history, was the French Revolution, the Reign of Terror, where they guillotined 30,000 people.
Yeah, the founding fathers, they called it hell on earth.
I have to wonder, like, because things are so bad here, because you hear a lot that the pagan gods became the demons and stuff of today. But I have another theory, like, what if the gods left and now all we have are a bunch of demons left over that pretend to be them?
That's definitely that's what I was getting.
It's very depressing, Daniel.
Like Elvis.
Well, hey, the Emerald Tablets, like he said that the gods left.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Thoth
Carson?
Thoth though was the trickster. In Native American lore, the trickster is the same as Thoth, and Thoth even is the trickster in Egyptian lore, where he tricks the moon in a gambling game to give up a certain amount of its illumination, so he can create the 5 demon days. And fucking, it's like Mercury wanted to trick man into being God in the other stories, or like it's like the trickster in Alaska, where the trickster.
That's in Egyptian mythology. That's in Egyptian mythology about Thoth.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I thought he was the god. I thought he was the god of wisdom.
Well,
then Thoth is the. He's also Hermes Trismegistus, and and it's the Emerald Tablet.
You want to know something interesting about Hermes?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Hermes is like a psychopomp, kind of like he's kind of almost like a psychiatrist, man. Like when he
brings people over
he's like talking to like Prometheus.
Yeah, he brings them through the land of the dead, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Isn't a psychopunk something carries somebody?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like the planetary
that's why
mythos.
He's real wise and tricky.
It's like you can take the Viking mythos, the Egyptian mythos, the Hindu mythos, every mythos, and you can line them all up, the gods, and they're all planets or stars, the same ones, and that and that's where the god of what it's like people that are. I guess you'd say real Christians, I suppose, they believe in a God that made the universe, and that's it.
What confuses me about that is, like, if we look at like Sumerian, for example, right? Like, okay, supposedly if these pagan gods became demons, it doesn't add up, because in like Babylonian times, the gods were who you'd call when you're having problems with demons, because they'd chase them away, basically.
Well, there's always been like superstitions of spirits and entities and stuff, and I think certain words that later turn into gods weren't originally god words, but were like just a word for a high powered spirit type of thing. And then
demons didn't start out as evil beings in Greece. Demons is like more of a higher power.
Yeah, Socrates had one. Socrates always talks about the daemon he had.
Demons would be called like evil wind spirits in real ancient times.
I think each element had a spirit attached to it, like wind, fire.
Let me ask you guys a question. Have you guys ever read Julian James in the breakdown of the bicameral mind?
No,
I've heard of the bicameral mind.
Dude, you gotta read that shit, dude. Like he
haven't
talks
read
about
that,
how, like, at one point we all kind of had a daemon. Like when he talks about like the Iliad, like he believes like the gods are really talking to him, but that's because we had a split consciousness and we kind of had like these guiding voices that kind of guided us and helped us evolve and create
Before
civilization, basically.
Well, I don't really
before
believe.
before man became civilized and
Yeah.
higher intelligence,
Yeah.
he had a voice talking to him in his
Yeah.
head, telling him everything to do
Yeah.
all the time. That's the bicameral mind.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that
give me
we're,
drugs, yeah.
The bicameral mind.
well, I
What's
think
that?
that we're spirits, and that to say that to say I believe that the Luciferians created the concept of consciousness to make people believe that there's something other than a spirit. And, you know, because it takes same way with the word soul, where the church uses the word soul. It comes from Latin sol, meaning sun, and then but yet it's like if we're a spirit, then we don't have nothing to do with the sun. We're free. We're
I'm
not.
telling you, man. We talked about this on the show before, man. It's just rebranding of the same shit. It's all a mythology, dude. Like even Plato, man. Like, even though he moves away from like the Greek gods, now you have the world of forms, and in the world of forms, it's this actual perfect form that's like this little like essence and everything that instantiates that form in the material world, basically. But it's still like this place we can't see, where you have like these perfect images of shit. It's just a mythology. It's just that like it seems like the more sophisticated we get as human beings, the more abstract we get. But it's still like anthropomorphous. We're still describing things in human terms. It might not have like human characteristics like eyes, nose, have sex, cheat on its wives, impregnate human women and shit, but it's still a human concept.
That's why the secret societies use secret symbols and secret communication methods.
Yeah,
because they realize that they're dumb. They're keeping all of us dumb in the dark. They're as much as they're able. They we're the profane. We're the ones that don't know the mysteries. They're keeping us in the dark, and that's why they're using a different type of information exchange system. They're using colors, and they're on a whole nother level when it comes to communication.
It's ceremonial witchcraft. It's magic of the European.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. The
And
lights.
it's also
Remember we talked about the
brainwashing.
lights, the music, the certain rhythm, and then they have the use of certain frequencies. Because now when you talk about like binaurals or like isochronic tones, because basically the theory is basically like whatever frequency your ears listen to, your brain will naturally go into that frequency. Just like you have two women, their periods regulate, they start having their periods at the same time. It's the same thing with that. When you're listening to that frequency, your brain waves automatically goes into that frequency.
Yeah. That's why I think
into the same system.
The mainstream music.
The same mind.
Well, the mainstream music I think is dangerous. It's I've never listened to mainstream music, like and it's like there's so much mainstream music, and the people that listen to it are all under the spell of the.
Well, think about how many motherfuckers, man, serial killers said they listened to some fucking song, and that's why they start killing people and shit, man. That's just demonic music,
or
man.
suicide.
Totally.
And the same thing with some hip hop music, like gangster rap. When you get like the kid, because I remember being a kid, man, and banging dude, and that music would hype you up, man, and don't have like a cannon in your hand and some shit like a gun and shit, and you listening to that type of music, man. You want to ride on some of your heart. That's why they had like, even like when we had the spears and shit, you have the drums and shit like that. That shit gives rise to a kind of conjuring that kind of like manifests these aggressive feelings.
Well, that's where rap comes from. It comes from like the Cajun culture, which was using African drums.
It's like in the hood, it's like everybody's trying to be the hardest motherfucker, and it's like.
But it's the music plays on that.
That mindset though is where it's used against us. It's like we were by being the hardest, slinging drugs. It's like we were damaging our own people. Like damaging the culture of our own people. And it's like
they said that the CIA was behind the rap music. They just said that there's
all that shit, like all that shit, like the gangster rap.
So that was
It's like that. Even in that NWA movie, the guy was ADL, Anti-Defamation League, and they were engineering something that they could use to destroy the black community with the NWA by promoting something that would get people to sell drugs and to gangbang.
Well, Dr. Dre, he was forced to dress in drag, and drag is short for dragon, which represents the 13 families. They also call themselves Dragonborn, or they call themselves dragons.
Oh yeah. Well, it's interesting the story about
The more they get you, the more they can get you to go against your values. That's what it's all about. The more you submit to more absurd shit.
It's like Dr. Dre handpicked Eminem, and it's like, you know, it's like
another mind control.
Yeah, I remember when Eminem came out, it was like, this guy's just talking. It's like, he's just talking. You know, I was like, fuck this shit, you know. But then it was
I was hugely into Eminem. I had my hair bleached white.
I did like that.
I would wear the white t-shirt. But
mind control. Hell yeah! Look at you. It made you based your whole image on that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? That's magic, dude.
If you look at the name Eminem, it actually says an anagram of it is me in me. It's like it's trying to make you feel like that's you, that's me.
You know what?
And it bit him in the ass too, fucking with that magic. Remember the song about that weird kid he wrote about?
Stan?
Yeah.
But you know the song "My Name Is Eminem" where he says that in the chorus.
Yeah.
If you play it in reverse, or it says it's Eminem, or one of the verses is Backmass on that first song that was released. The whole chorus is Backmass.
There's a Lady Gaga song that if you play it backwards, she's singing about Lucifer. It's crazy. Like it's not like real clear, but you can hear kind of what she's getting at with it.
You remember the Obama Backmass where he says yes we can, and then in reverse it's thank you Satan.
Oh shit. That's scary.
Freeman.
I heard that.
I think Freeman was the originator of that.
I think Obama's basically like a high-powered black magician.
Well, some people claim that he's like a Malaysian king's son or something, and like that's why he had the Hawaii birth certificate, which is cooked up. That's a really long story. I mean, what's really crazy is that
I don't know about any of that, but he certainly fooled the shit out of a lot of black people. I was like, I sure.
Oh yeah. Well, I used to speculate that one of his friends was gonna be the next high elite, which was Rahm Emanuel, the Chicago mayor, and that because Ram means ram, and then Emmanuel means of God, and in the Revelations prophecy or whatever.
But they say his family was connected with the CIA and shit like that. That's their problem.
Well, like the Lamb of God, and then the Ram of God. The Ram of God, according to the Greek New Testament, was the Antichristos. So I thought the Ram Emmanuel was. I thought
that's a rabbit hole right there.
Well, then Freeman points out that Barack means lightning, and that Obama's middle name was Barack. And then I don't remember the translation for his other two names, but I speculate that their names are possibly like secret society given names, possibly, that have a special meaning. Like
I think you're onto something there. Like even the name like Elon Musk, that sounds like such a made up name, like some kind of keywords being used, and you see that in a lot of places.
Yeah, a lot of these people, it's like my friend Jamie thinks that
it does kind of sound comic booky, huh? Elon Musk.
Oh yeah. My friend Jamie thinks that Taylor Swift is like trying to like channel a deity or some shit. I can't remember the whole.
They show her at one of her recent concerts, and she's coming out of the ground, and she's standing on top of a black cube, and it's spinning around.
Oh yeah, that's definitely interesting.
You heard of Doja Cat?
Yeah,
the rapper.
I seen her like. I guess she got so much shit for like looking satanic or some shit like that. She did like a video like on TikTok, like none of that's just true. It's just acting or something.
I mean, some of the artists.
But I'm in my mind. I'm saying like, why even flirt with that shit? Why are you flirting with it? Why are you playing with that shit? How do you expect people to perceive you when you do shit like that? What were you expecting?
To me, it's like
it doesn't make sense to me.
It's like Jay-Z's albums. When I was younger, I've always been a fan of rap, and it's like to find out that Jay-Z was in the Masons, and with that picture where they show him in the Mason Lodge with the people or whatever, all dressed up. I don't know if you guys seen that picture.
I haven't seen that one.
I saw it. I think I saw it. I saw it before.
But then, like certain other rappers, or I was never a fan of Marilyn Manson, but he wears a Masonic ring. And
I liked the Manson songs. I thought he did some fantastic songs. But as you know, he's a Satanist. I mean, they made him honorary high priest of Satanism. Marilyn Manson,
like one of Todd and my favorite movies, American Satan.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with any of that secret.
If you haven't seen, if you guys haven't seen American Satan, go get that movie, American Satan, if you want to know what's going on with the rock scene.
I'm gonna have to watch that. But it's like that thing that Dr. Rob was reading about those tiers, those 6 tiers of brainwashing. It's like it's so reminiscent of everything from Freemasonry, everything in Mormonism, everything in Scientology, in the public schools, in the all the indoctrinations of the masses in every possible way you could possibly think of, and it's like the Jordan Maxwell says, Circes, the church comes from Kirk, and Kirk comes from Cirque, and Cirque comes from Circes, and that Circes was like I think it was like an Irish lore where she would draw the people into her temple, turn them into pigs, and then feed off from them. It's like the feeding off from them was a metaphor for the collection dish of money that was being passed around for the church to get the money off all the fucking pigs that they turn the people into. You know what I mean? Like where the religious people, they're all snotty and they fucking, oh, you're not a Catholic, you're not this, and they're all better than you because they're in that religion.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It gives rise to feelings of superiority.
Pride.
It just does.
Lucifer was known to be pride, and it's like they're full of pride and they worship perversion of the the religion, and that to me they all worship Antichrist, in Greek, and that and they're all full of pride. You can see it. Know them by their fruits. Their fruits are fucking the same fruits of evil.
And on the one, those guys. But on the other hand, a lot of times pride's got a bad rep too. Don't be too proud of yourself. The Bible's always pride goes before a fall, or whatever. Religious people, pride goes.
They mean
before
overweening pride. It's the same thing. It's the same thing in Greek philosophy. Hubris.
And one of the people that first turned me on to the idea that you don't have to be ashamed of being selfish was Ayn Rand. If anybody here is familiar with Ayn
I read that before.
Yeah.
Ayn Rand was kind of like selfishness is a virtue, not a, if you're not selfish, if you don't take care of yourself first, you're not going to be able to take care of anybody else. So the degree that you're taking care of yourself.
But that's actually Buddhism. That's the middle path. That's also Aristotle's the golden mean. It's like realizing that all these emotions they have a purpose. It's just right action. Are you responding with the right emotion in the right circumstances? Like it's okay to be angry, dude. The Buddha was angry sometimes. They have if you type it in, they have this thing called the angry Buddha. Like sometimes anger is important, and sometimes anger can trigger enlightenment in other people when you're responding to something they did appropriate, with the appropriate use of that anger, with the appropriate use of selfishness. It's all about balance. That's what people don't understand.
Think about it, like how can you even get married or have a family unless you have money, especially nowadays?
Oh yeah, that's what sucks. The economic slavery. It's like the Illuminati knew that they couldn't keep people in literal shackles forever,
Yeah, exactly.
they created the economic slavery systems, you know, back in Weishaupt's time, and then they started, you know, putting them in place in England and France, and, you know, eventually here in America.
And then Rockefeller.
I want to go back to something Daniel said real quick though too.
Building a financial empire. What was that?
Something you said too when you talked about how would you need money to survive and shit like that. It goes back to what I try to tell people all the time, man. You have theory, and then you have what you can do in practice, basically. And we have to keep in mind, like, a lot of spiritual ideas we have, a lot of them are theoretical, and then we have to find out how to be able to be as close to that particular spiritual idea concept we can be in the real world. But there's actually all these empirical forces that make certain aspects of that idea improbable. And I think a lot of people don't understand the difference between that. And that's how you get disappointed, and that's how you lose faith too. Like, even when I learned magic, it's not like, like you can just make anything materialize. Right. Although you can bend rules in physics, but like the practice of magic has to abide by the law of physics. Like, you have to make sure whatever you're trying to manifest.
Well, I would say that there's two kinds of magic.
There's that claim that the book, The Secret, remember the big Secret book that came out?
Yeah, everybody went crazy over?
Yeah, everybody went crazy over it. Sold 1 billion copies. She left out an important part. I think it was the female that was the author of that. That she left out some important aspects of magic. She was into more just, if you wish it and believe it, you can just achieve it. Where there's some more important things to consider if you're going to get involved in magic and manifesting and stuff like that. But
you got to make sure, your manifestation doesn't interfere in the karma of other people too, or you can bring bad luck on yourself.
That story, The Monkey's Paw, tells you what happens when you get this magical item, the monkey's paw that grants you 3 wishes. Yeah. If you don't do it right, if you just use up all this power and you don't think about it beforehand, and rather than a freaking blessing or a gift.
It's like to me the two magics are like the secret societies and their alchemy and their trickery magic would, and their mysticism and I forget the other term, but then the other magic to me is the real magic with the ayahuasca and the psychedelics, where people seen spirits and entities manifest in real time, and we've seen things that material objects appear or disappear, and that in the Western magical tradition, Clint, that kind of magic was called low magic. And the kind of magic of ceremonial magic with magicians and stuff was called high magic. It wasn't distinguished, they didn't say low because those people were beneath them, or high because the magicians were higher. But it was distinguishing between people going out closer to nature, knowing the plants, and the high magicians the high magic was involved in ceremonial magic, conjuring the demons. This has to do with something with the Paxil hoax not being a hoax, in the comparison with where they would supposedly summon where the master of the lodge or the master of the tabernacle would turn into a goat person, whereas in the ayahuasca realm of the Amazon, the shaman could sit there and turn into like a howler monkey or an animal, and that the fact that one is using a psychedelic to reach this state, whereas the other is using these ceremonial magic techniques, but both reach the same state. Whereas I would say that the good magic is the ayahuasca magic, and that the bad magic is their magic, the ceremonial, because they're using blood. And
I would agree.
Well, if you're getting into blood and sacrifice of children or anybody, then you're going bad. But no, it doesn't mean just because.
Look at Native American culture with the fact that you have like good shamans and then you have the skinwalkers, which were the evil
Yeah.
version.
Even in Native American culture, they're using similar techniques, but they're not just, they're one's evil and one's good. I mean, so you can't say that the magicians that were using the higher techniques are bad and the witches that were using the herbs in the forest were good. It's not that simple of a.
It's like it's like the Babylon thing. The two Babylons. The Vatican is the Babylon religion. The Babylon religion sacrifice things. The secret societies in the video of the secret video of the Masonic Lodge in Turkey, it shows the initiation where the 3 degrees, or I think it shows at least 1 or 2 of the degrees with the swords drawn, the lights in the ceiling, but at the end it shows a literal pentagram with initiates wearing KKK suits, and they're killing a goat on the pentagram, and there's a groove in the pentagram where it's dripping into a cup, because in that there's
now that sounds pretty dark to me.
Well, that's just the light dark, because they're going far more than that. Like, it's, for instance, the
also, but Clint, hold on a second. But also, you look at voodoo, and sacrificing animals is an integral part of voodoo.
Well, voodoo,
very powerful.
Well, the thing is, though, is like,
although I don't fuck with that.
Well, hold up. The thing is, wait. Before I lose the thought, the modern world has made people, they've demonized voodoo and hoodoo, but it's like the secret societies, though. It's like Jim Jones was a socialist, a mad socialist, and all the socialists are typically Satanists. And he killed 800, 900 people with Kool-Aid, and he was a socialist with his socialist religion. Because socialism is a religion. It's a religion created by Satan.
Let me ask you something. If a voodoo practitioner sacrifices a chicken, kills a chicken and uses its blood as in their ritual, is that good or bad? And is that good or bad?
I can tell you what bad voodoo is. Bad voodoo.
I'm just asking you.
Hold on.
I
will tell you a secret that no one knows. You can look up voodoo and shit all day long, but I can tell you something that you will never find anywheres. And that is that the voodoo, to make the zombies, the voodoo priests, they would give the person datura, and they would knock them out with the datura and keep feeding them, or they would knock them out with the fish venom, and then their heartbeat would slow down to like 5 beats per minute. And they would bury the person.
You're talking about the zombie drug.
Yeah, and then when they would dig the person up, they would feed them datura, and then they would make them work in the field as a slave. And fucking in India, there's datura cults that run the streets naked and rob people and shit. But in the Indiana Jones 2 movie, the substance that was in the skull was the datura, and that he was being initiated into a cult of Kali. In that, he was about to become a datura zombie and work in the mines as a slave.
Isn't datura like a?
A lot of what we call religion is just straight mind control on accident.
Datura is a delirium. It's a plant. It's a seed pod with a purple flower.
It's what witches used to take, so they'd go like flying around, or at least that's what they say. But
it's dark.
Actually, like the stuff you hear about flying.
The problem with datura is it's near lethal, isn't it? It's lethal if you take it.
It's the bad ayahuasqueros of the Amazon. Their ayahuasca will have datura in it, and people will.
Damn, that'd be some strong ass shit.
Jesus Christ!
Like ayahuasca is like enough.
I'm not fucking with it. Not with the datura.
But
I've heard horror stories. But
if you look into shamanism, they will. If you look into the history of shamans, how they teach their the young shaman underneath them, they'll bring them to the point of death in a lot of cases, almost kill them.
Well, that's
to bring them to gnosis.
Was it the Mongols who would take their babies and like feed them tons of alcohol, or am I getting them mixed up with? some
I heard
other
that
crazy.
Those like
fighters.
endurance, the endurance shamanism and the drumming and all the brainwashing of Europe and all that other stuff, that hashishim, none of that really compares to the ayahuasca shamanism and the mushroom shamanism, because they were using the spirit, they were asking the spirit, the mushroom spirit or the ayahuasca spirit, giving it plants and asking it for the cures of what the plants would cure, which ailment. And so they were, botanism, or botany mancy instead of pyromancy, botany mancy. but
they would like the Vikings, they would wear those wolf, like the skins, the pelts on their heads. And one of the reasons they did that is because they had their own sort of like shamanic tradition of the berserker, and the berserker would take a bunch of crazy drugs and he'd like hallucinate and he'd start to
Hitler amped up his troops with methamphetamine. They said Japanese used similar things for kamikaze pilots.
Yeah.
You know what bothers me though? It's interesting you guys are saying that now, because you know what bothers me? Like you read like Terrence McKenna, like like the Stone Age theory and all that shit like this.
Yeah.
Like when I think about like when you learn about the drugs these people took, you know what I mean? Like religion is just somebody's like vivid acid trip or some shit like that. Man.
Yeah,
like all religions, man, are
Definitely.
just some type of.
That's what somebody
they wrote down or tried to write down, and then
the
10
thing
people.
is when you're in a group of people and everybody sees some kind of entity, and they all describe the same thing. When we all seen it, on the trips over 10 years ago, when we seen the entities, it was no joke. I would swear to God on a gun in my face, I would say that I seen what I seen, and everybody else, because that shit is legit.
Anybody here taken mushrooms and had that experience that we're all one?
All that shit. I'm taking all that.
Anybody here had that happen to them?
I
felt the.
No, I actually have.
Beyond the veil, seeing beyond. It's almost like you're seeing beyond the veil, and it's like,
yeah, I've had that happen to me before.
It's like realize we're all connected.
So I remember when they like being hopped up on shrooms when I specifically start hearing the voice. It's all you, Robert. It's all you. Like seriously.
That sounds like the mushroom ghost.
It's all you, Danny.
You might have talked to the mushroom ghost for real.
Well, it comes back to the saying: if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
Well,
your consciousness. If you black out, if you die, what happens? Is there something after that?
Well, I don't believe in consciousness, because it's like if we're spirit. When I've had an out of body experience where it was like the thing told me to close my eyes and go to sleep. I was on the mushrooms. I tried the Terrence McKenna mushroom dare, 7 grams, silent darkness, alone, asked the ghost out loud to speak with it, and it was like I seen the entity in the corner of the room, and it was standing there, and it was saying, go to sleep. And I was feeling, well, I was chilling there, and I'm like, no, I'm smoking like 5 more joints.
You need to go to sleep.
Well, yeah, and it was
been up too many days partying.
This is all sleep deprivation.
Well, hold up. I'm like, aren't you? Well, then it's like I talked to the mushroom. I didn't know who it was. I just knew it was my friend or something. And I'm like, well, aren't you a rude motherfucker trying to tell me to go to sleep in my own house?
Go to bed.
While I'm smoking a joint, and fucking, and the thing came up and it sat next to me, and then it was like, it just said the same thing, and I'm like, I'm smoking weed, motherfucker. Like you're telling me to go to sleep, and you're sitting on my couch.
You're trying to be your mom.
It put me under like a weird. It was a visual thing that was talking out loud.
I'm gonna say something though. You might disagree with though, Clint.
Well, hold up. And then when I went to sleep, because I did eventually smoke like my last joint, and then it fucking. I could see it, like I closed my eyes, and then it fucking like grabbed me, and it like I could see the back of my body, and like the couch, and then like and it like pulled me through the
So
wall.
you're like your astral body came out a little bit.
Well, it took me into outer space, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
But you know what, man? If anybody's taking because I've taken a lot of psychedelics, man, shrooms, all kind of shit, dude.
There you go.
You. In my experience, I've always experienced like plants and trees and shit that's having a consciousness, man. Like you almost communicate with them and shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're alive.
I mean, that's what
a spirit.
That's what it feels like to me. I'm not saying it's real, but that's what it feels like to me.
I don't know if anybody else has had this same experience, but it's like you can see the matrices of the universe. You can see the connections.
Oh yeah,
the freaking pixels. That's you can see atoms, particles.
Yeah, you can see microscopic and macroscopic.
You can see them moving on your face and everything.
I will say this,
guys. I got a news story that we want to launch into. This was actually brought to my attention by Todd himself, and this is from moonbattery.com. It says a Satanist endorsed Joe Biden, and the article says uniquely there's an endorsement of Joe Biden that doesn't consist of lies. The Order of Nine Angles, a satanic cult founded in the United Kingdom in the 1970s, according to a BBC report from 2020, has endorsed the Biden-Harris ticket for the 2024 presidential election. Their reasons make perfect sense considering that they worship the devil. From the 098 website, they say democracy is failing. Worldwide nations are going broke, preparing for war, inundated with refugees, beset by internal refugees, ruled by careerists, psychopaths, and perhaps most ominously, electing leaders who are associated with foreign powers. And it says the big guy who has been on the payroll of our most formidable adversary is the most obvious example.
The big guy is Biden.
We want to rush into the abyss so that the end of history can come to its natural terminus and a new dark age will be visited upon the earth. This can only happen through weak humanist leadership that will stumble its way into war, famine, recession, terrorism, corruption, and human misery. Only Biden-Harris can bring about this advancement of history, and therefore we endorse the Biden-Harris campaign in 2024. The article says it must be agreed that if the objective is the collapse of civilization into a nightmare era of evil triumphant, Biden-Harris is the logical choice.
What is that psyops?
So Dr. Robert ties right into what you're talking about. The Order of the Nine Angles, one of the most notorious satanic groups, supporting Biden and Harris for the presidency because they're going to bring about the end of the world if they keep doing the same shit they're doing here shortly. So they're ready for that. They hope it collapses. They don't see the world ending like in Armageddon and everybody be taken up to heaven, in a rapture. They see the end of the world like they're going to survive. They're going to be one of these ruthless freaking groups that survives once society collapses. The Order of the Nine Angles there.
We're not in the age of Satan now.
So you've been talking about Satanism a lot and how the government's been using this as part of their mind control operation. But anyways, it's funny that they're endorsing Biden because they think he'll rush the world into the collapse.
Do you think that's psyops too, though? Could it be psyops?
It could be somebody trolling.
Yeah. If it's 09,
no, the Order of the Nine Angles is
connected.
Well, all those all the secret societies are all connected at the tops, where the leaders are. Each of the leaders is part of the higher society. The Illuminati. Its goal was world government, and its members couldn't say the word Illuminati or bring it up, and were to hide the word whenever, like it's.
Clint, do you remember Gordon Ramsay a month or back or so talking about the Order of the Nine Angles? Do you remember that show?
Gordon,
or not?
You mean
William
Ramsay?
William Ramsay, yeah. Not the chef.
Yeah, well, the whole the nine thing.
Who's Gordon Ramsay? He's that famous chef.
Well, I'm assuming.
Remember Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen talking about the Order of the Nine Angles on their last episode?
Well, I would assume that the Order of the Nine Angles is just a mirror society trying to mirror the concept.
They were created in Britain. And there's a lot of allegations that they are a psyop, but they're real at the same time.
What year?
They're white
the
supremacists.
requirement to join the Order of Nine Angles is to kill to sacrifice a human.
I would assume that it's that there's always so many clown secret societies that aren't real, and it's just somebody trying
This
to,
is
it's just
this
some.
one's a little bigger than that, though. This is a worldwide, global, maybe.
Well, it doesn't matter how big it
It's
is.
got a
It
lot of, like,
matters where
white supremacy and pedophilia going on in it.
what matters
White
who's
supremacy and mind control techniques and government sponsoring them and probably close to the CIA and the FBI and everybody else.
I've known two people that were in it. The first one is a pretty famous person that's been on this podcast a lot, and he joined an actual group where they said you had to sacrifice somebody. Then I had another guy who was like a remote member, so he just got their books and stuff and said he was part of it.
The thing about the Illuminati stuff is that there are no past members. There, this is, it's like the mafia. You're blood in, blood out. You're not going anywhere if you leave.
But before we go past the story, this is a story we're talking about, a news story.
Oh,
These Satanists are supporting Biden for president. That's the story, Clint.
Well,
that's what we're.
The democracy was started by the Illuminati. The concept of mob rule to persuade the masses. It's like that's, and then they decided religion wasn't enough, so they made something new, a new religion, politics. And that George Washington said the two-party system would destroy America, and he was a member of no party. He had no party affiliation whatsoever.
I'm gonna say it this way: Satanists are Americans too. So shit. I mean, shit.
Hold up. There's two kinds of Satanists. There's the outer core, silly people who, say the common rhetoric, and then there's the real Satanists who have billions of dollars, who have made wars, put people to death in countries, extinguish.
Yeah, it's a question of what's more satanic. Yeah, the guy reading the Necronomicon, practicing,
the inner
or
core
people that are killing a million people, making decisions that kill a million people. Which is more satanic? Yeah,
the inner core Satanism is a very complex system of symbology, numerology, Kabbalism.
Well, inner core of Satanism, you mean Anton LaVey's form of Satanism or earlier forms of Satanism? Because
Anton LaVey is the outer core. That's the common, that's not the initiate.
You're talking about the secret Illuminati inside Satanists.
Yeah. You mean like Luciferian versus Satanism?
No. I mean like just simply esoteric and exoteric.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something weird?
Anton LaVey is exoteric.
We definitely want to hear something weird, Dr. Robert, because this is end of days radio.
Some of the research I've done, because like the CIA, when they started doing MK Ultra, right, they start creating all these cults. Because even the Manson family is a type of cult, right?
Definitely.
So basically, they're trying to like find people who kind of have like this certain personality trait that makes them hyper suggestible and willing to submit to the whims of an authority figure, right? So what happens basically in these groups is what they call the birth of the true believer, right? Like some people are in it for camaraderie and shit like, but you always have like a few people in the group who are really serious about it.
Well, that's why
those are the ones that get the child sacrifice and shit like that. It's not like the group is that way. Like just having those type of ideas, you're always going to have certain members, especially when you get big, who are going to take those ideas seriously.
Well, that's why.
Here's the thing everybody has to keep in mind as we're going along here, though, Clint, pardon me for interrupting. The government has been behind and backed so many of these satanic type of groups that it is not beyond them to be behind whatever group you're talking about here.
They're all experimental. They're all experimental laboratories. That's what you don't understand.
Experimental laboratories.
Exactly. With the brainwashing thing, that's why Freemasonry has 33 degrees of oaths of blood, 33 oaths of blood, and there's 2 different paths on each degree. And that's where they weed out the people who don't have the mindset. And that the highest degree Illuminatis are brainwashed slaves that like fucking, it's like that. You ever seen that video?
I've heard somewhere, Clint, that when you reach 33, when you reach the 33rd degree, I forget where I heard this, but I read that they make you choose between doing something, they make you do something evil, and if you do it, then you go into this camp. But if you refuse it, you go over into this camp. So they graduate you, but that's where they separate the good people that won't do the evil act from the one that will kill.
Well, that's why I bring up the 30th degree or whatever, where they have to either spit on the cross or they have to take a crown, and they're tricked into the Luciferianism. Whereas when they take the crown, it's the Lucifer path, and if they spit on the cross, they're the Jesus path, because they know that the crucified thing is not the real story of whatever happened. And so then then the person who takes the crown is then told about in the 31st degree that the Luciferian the light is Lucifer in the 31st degree after they're weeded out in the 30th degree.
You want to hear something interesting too? You kind of see like Fight Club. Fight Club's a perfect example of that. When he's giving all those little assignments.
Totally. That's exactly
that's Fight Club.
I think Fight Club.
Remember at the end,
and that's why it ended up kind of like.
Hold on, Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, hold on, Dr. Robert. At the end, he goes from Fight Club to You Got to Blow Up a Building. Isn't that the end? That's where he's like bringing him into the higher level of the club.
Well, it's a psyop. I think that movie was engineered. It was made.
But Dr. Robert was on a point about the movie and how that's getting more extreme.
Oh yeah, how it's like a church that he makes.
Well, by the end, it's not just fighting in secret. Now it's time to blow up some buildings.
Yeah, and he's got an altar. Like he has a completely split personality that's doing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and they almost kind of like degenerate into a cult.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely a cult.
His name was Robert Paulson. They all got on the same black little uniforms.
His name was Robert Paulson.
Their pan, the pain aspect.
He's doing like this, and it was a straight like Apocalypse Now reference. You know, when like Marlon Brando's like doing kind of like that poetry, like that war poetry.
Yeah, I love that.
And then you got Tyler Durden saying while they're working the garden, we're the all-seeing, all-knowing, dancing manure of this earth.
It's like the crazy chick.
In Apocalypse
is the Scarlet.
In Apocalypse Now, Marlon Brando's telling him that true terror is just killing in mass, and that's what gets their attention. That's what he's explaining to the guy that's come to kill him at the end of the movie. You don't understand true terror and what I'm doing over here. That's why Marlon Brando goes crazy, because he's not following orders anymore. He's going in the jungle killing people, and then he's realizing a higher freaking form of evil.
Yeah. He kind of has like he develops like a god complex, and they start
God complex. Him. They're worshiping him. Yeah.
Well, you remember,
and that's based on a true story too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
There was something weird about Vietnam where William Cooper alludes to it about. He said that whenever they would see a UFO, they would say enemy helicopter, and that it was a code word because the enemies didn't have helicopters. Because
NASA uses the word little or something Santa Claus for UFOs or whatever.
Well, then to bring.
All right, guys, I do so much apologize interrupting when we have such a hot debate going on, but we are past 4 hours. We do need to draw the show to a close soon, so I do want to let everybody say their last words. Todd, would you like to go first?
Hell yeah. Yep, I appreciate the show. Thanks for putting on another fantastic show, Daniel. Good to see you, Clint. Good to see you, Dr. Robert. I love you guys. Happy New Year for everybody. I see good things in the future. I'm slightly psychic. I see this show getting more popular than ever. I see this show doing incredible things, and I can't wait for them to happen. Please, everybody listening, if you like this show at all, donate to Daniel, because he don't have a damn commercial on the goddamn entire show. Every show's got a commercial. Puts this on himself. He pays to do this and brings everybody together. He's taken out of his day. Donate if you love End of Days Radio. And I love everybody. Happy New Year's. And just keep it rocking, Daniel. Keep it rocking, brother. Peace.
Thank you, Todd. Let's go next to Dr. Robert.
Hello, everyone. It's me again. Thank you. And just please, like I said, like the same thing. I'm gonna echo Todd here. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you like it. Make sure you introduce others to End of Days Radio, even if they don't become regular listeners. Just trying to get your friends, people at work, just to hit the subscribe button. And you'll be doing Daniel a big favor there. Also, keep my girl's looking good. She's doing a lot of good things for the community, ALC, and she's really the only real politician I trust, because I worked with her and her crew before, and they're doing really good things that I've seen firsthand. And then also, again, I think we need a great purge. We need to get rid of all career politicians, all APAC-funded politicians. And the more we can get rid of them and put people in office who are just like us, we can start to repair all the damage they've done. No more voting for rich people or anything like that. Start inspiring people that you know and trust, who are going through the same things you are going through, who are demonstrating leadership ability and have a lot of charisma, where people kind of like listen to them, and tell them their problems and view them as kind of leaders. Try to encourage people from your own community to start running for office so we can get the right people in there. And that's about it. And then I'm going to talk with Daniel later and see how much time I really got, so I can start timing my notes and stuff like that, what I write down and stuff like that, so I can finish on time and we can do everything right and copacetic. All right, Danny.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
No worries.
And let's go to Clint.
I keep forgetting the zombie deer subject. It's pretty interesting. Have you heard about that recently in the recent news?
The most I can say about that is I've seen videos of deers acting like zombies and like going in circles.
Oh yeah, because it was going on like 10 years ago, but there's a new outbreak of it happening right now. Apparently, it was trending on Twitter.
That's creepy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of that.
Nature going crazy.
Yeah, it's like I guess what I was gonna say is the psychological warfare. I mean, a good book is Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, that talks about what's going on with the brainwashing too, and like the there's a lot of books. I mean, but it's like William Cooper's work is so advanced that like it's like it's definitely like a must listen to try to get a grasp on the complexity of how big, because it's just so hard to elaborate on all of it, and to sum it up in a few sentences and try to like quickly say what it is, all the stuff, where the communist conspiracy, the socialist, the Masonic conspiracy, that I can't talk, but it's like we're sitting here getting bamboozled, and like they've got they're selling us shit, and they got the Shinola, and technically I learned that word from Terrence McKenna, Shinola. I had to look that one up. Some kind of fancy shoe polish or some shit, or damn it, I can't remember what it was, but it's like I was at the store. I do this to every lady at the gas station. I'm like, I always mention inflation, and then I say, well, this isn't a constitutional dollar. and the constitutional dollar is 24 grams of silver. And then I hold up a silver coin from like 100 years ago, or and that I explained that in 1963 minimum wage was $1.15 of silver money, and that today $1 of paper money only buys 1 gram, and that dollar back then was 24 grams. And so they were making 24 modern dollars back then in 1963 for minimum wage, and that's why the constitutional currency thing is, the money being backed by silver and gold, and that's the most important aspect of the Constitution, and that that's how we're all getting raped by the big corporations, by all everything is just killing us. We're out here fucking eating ramen noodles and shit, and fucking just no, barely fucking keeping a car going and shit. People like
ramen noodles can be awesome if you prepare them right.
Well, I always replace the MSG packet with fucking some kind of non-MSG substitute. I mean,
I'll buy those boxes of like low sodium chicken broth and use that instead.
Oh yeah, there was the original company. The guy, there was a documentary that you got to see. It's really good, where the guy he was trying to figure out how to make the noodles perfect, and he found out he had to like boil them in oil or deep fry them, and fucking but his noodles were the best. I don't remember what the brand was called, but it was the first. He made them. He was like he was poverty stricken person that lived under communism or some shit, and fucking he made the noodles, and to help fill poor people's stomachs. I definitely filled my stomach.
You did a good job. Mission success.
It's like that's like human ingenuity. He made something that was mighty out of just freaking noodles.
Oh yeah, I see that stuff everywhere.
He changed, the modern world in a way.
Well, what you do is you get your own shit. Like you buy that low sodium broth, and then you get some bok choy and some scallions and some ginger, and you just let that just sit and simmer for like 30 minutes, and then you put some mushrooms in there and some carrots, and then you finally add the noodles.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty good. I've done.
Don't forget the cilantro.
I've never added that many ingredients. That would be pretty good.
I'll go crazy with that stuff. Like it's so cheap too.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a spot by me. It's like 20 minutes away called Umami, and it's like they got really good soup and stuff. I think they use MSG though, but it's really good every time I get it. And it's like fuck.
That's probably like closer to real ramen, like real Japanese ramen.
Yeah, they got like huge things boiling. This little Asian lady comes and hugs me every, like, oh, it's like such a tiny place. There's like 3 tables, there's like fucking the smallest place you could possibly eat at.
You must have a good vibe if she's coming up and hugging you.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's like I've had all sorts of people come up and hug or like, oh, you're a cool person. Oh. This one guy came up to me at a concert, and I was wearing like a leather coat that was really bright, and fucking he's tripping on mushrooms, and he's like, man, oh yeah, there's just something about that coat. I don't know, all sorts of weird experiences of people, like one time I picked this dude up who was walking. He was like crying. I'm like, oh my god, this dude's fucking crying, walking on the sidewalk. I'm like, yo, get in. He got in the back seat. I'm like, where are you trying to go? And I gave him a ride somewhere. But he stunk to holy hell. Did
he explain why he was crying?
He said his aunt was freaking out or something. I don't know. I told him, I was like, go get some fucking weed and chill the fuck out. It's just crazy. Everybody's so sheltered these days, you know.
Yeah, like people used to like hitchhike and stuff like that a lot more, but you don't really see it so much these days.
I'd like sleep in the skate park or like fucking do all sorts of stupid shit. Like,
oh, I would not do that in Seattle. You'll wake up and you'll have no pants, and there'll be some fentanyl stuck in your butt or something.
I was in like a smaller area.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It was like yeah. It's like we're definitely. It's like we're using the technology to further human damn, I'm pretty stoned. That Red Bull really hit me. But
well, we're running kind of low on time anyway,
Yeah.
so let's go ahead and
yeah, basically
wrap
just
it up.
listen to William Cooper, don't eat MSG, buy a katana.
Buy a katana, buy a nice one, at least $600.
Well,
Was that
you can get
1250
the
still?
well, if you go to Cult of Athena, there's like a scratch and dent section where you can get them for like a quarter of the price sometimes, and just make sure it's like they'll have it titled Battle Ready, and you know, and it means it's, you know, you can hit something with it, and like you know, full tang obviously, you know. but like
That's badass.
yeah, it's like weapons are definitely it's good to, I mean, it's like I was telling my friend Jamie, I was like, you should have some kind of weapon, you know, like a fucking rifle, you know, in case somebody comes and breaks in and tries to kill you, you know, because I mean that shit happened to me. Somebody I was walking on the street, walking down the road. I told you the story about the guy chasing me with a shovel. Fucking
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, the cops didn't show up for a half hour, you know, and then they didn't even believe me. They called me a liar until they seen the guy's hole that he dug, and fucking you know, it's like there's the fucking like drug zombies that, you know, they'll straight up fucking do anything, all sorts of crazy shit. It's like fucking you know, I don't know if you've seen the drug zombies before. You know, when I lived in big cities, it was like hardcore crackheads and shit that, you know, you could say anything to them and it doesn't phase them. They're just trying to rob
It's
you.
worse now because these people are on fentanyl and meth like mixed together,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
they do this thing where like I went to the store, and over by the Burger King there was this guy who's hunched over, like totally hunched over as much as he could be, with his arms just hanging, and he's just in perfect, he's perfectly still. He's like hiding behind some kind of sign or something, and then he's just standing there doing nothing. And then I went and shopped. It was like an hour later. He's still just in the exact same position. Yeah, that's how bad this stuff is.
Oh yeah, it's fucked up. It's like that, the opium, that's like a fucking that goes back to like Babylon and shit. Scarlet Whore. You know, they were when they say sorcery, you know, they meant pharmacopoeia. Like fucking those crackheads are they're just so crazy. It's like they're sitting there. It's like I used to have this pizza guy that fucking, you get a pizza and he's like, he wouldn't look at your face or anything. He'd be all slunched over. And it was like, what the fuck? You trying to give the money? It's like, holy shit, how the hell did he get here? It's just crazy. It's like people are like, I don't know why would anybody do drugs when weed's legal? You know what I mean? Like,
it's because you just try it once and you're hooked.
Yeah, it's just
somehow you have to be partying with the right people, and then somehow you just try it, and then you want to do it again. It's like cigarettes. Like when I got addicted to cigarettes, I was drinking, and I just like, this girl kept smoking cigarettes with me, and we went through like half a pack of cigarettes, and the next day I went and bought some.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
No.
I used to smoke like 3 cigarettes a day probably, but I mean that
I got up to like half a pack a day.
Oh yeah, I would do that playing Halo and shit, but I mean, yeah, the cigarettes are the Indians would say, you know, you smoke too much, you get winded, and that the South Americans wouldn't even inhale the tobacco; they just put it in their mouth. Like when they cut the.
It's just, and even then, I think it's like natural tobacco. It doesn't have all the fertilizers in it that the stuff out there.
It's like I think it's partially to like it kills parasites because they say it kills evil spirits, but like I mean, you know, who's to say that bacteria and microbes aren't somehow connected with evil spirits?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Like parasites and shit, fucking, you know, it's like when you see you know, what is that in the Bible with the locusts? In the they say the locusts will eat all the crops and shit, and then one of the demons is associated with the locusts, and you know,
I think that's what Abaddon coming out of the pit.
Yeah, or like you remember that movie with the what was that house with the damn it, I'm really high, that famous horror movie about that haunted house, the
Poltergeist, House on Haunted Hill, Amityville Horror.
Yeah, the Amityville one. It's like they seen all the flies and shit come out of nowhere. Like this shit, shit's weird. It's like
yeah. In fact, I think like the demons in that movie were like, at least in the movie version, they made them like these weird insect things, something like that.
Yeah, the that type of phenomenon is like really weird. Like
hauntings are always associated with like you'll open the door, there'll be like some giant spider, like a scorpion there, or bugs. That you always hear about stuff like that if you get really into haunted houses and hauntings.
Oh yeah, the walls oozing.
Ugh.
Yeah, like when I was on this one like 12 years ago on this acid trip, it's like me and two friends, we all tripped on the acid and seen crazy shit. And fucking the walls were like dripping weird shit. Like literally. And the walls were stained from it. It was weird. It was I don't know how, it was
I've
like
heard of stuff like that before. Like there was an old book that my grandparents had, and it showed like some really like old sort of supernatural paranormal stories, and one was these faces that would appear in the floor of these people's kitchen, and they would just stay there. They would appear and they would stay there, and they looked like real human faces, like somebody would have had to paint them.
oh yeah, the ghost shit is that shit's real. Like the smoke coming and the faces appearing, and like, you know, you can watch half of those YouTube videos, I believe, are real, because I've seen shit like that in real life where, you know, it's totally unexplainable, you know.
Yeah, like back in the day, like I was saying earlier, the internet used to be so much better. Like there was did you ever listen to Joe Rogan?
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of his shit.
Yeah, he used to have a forum, and they used to just like talk about and do the craziest shit on there all the time. Like he was a wild man back like during his heyday when he was just like coming up and starting his podcast, I think, and he was doing UFC and all that, and he would just like go on his own message board and just like argue with people all day.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. The people that are afraid to argue and debate, it's kind of sad. It's like they don't have any oomph in them.
Yeah, I like to sometimes, but eventually when it starts getting old and they just start name calling, I just block them.
Oh yeah, well if it sucks when it's not a valid argument or point, or if they don't get your point, and it's like, you know, I just posted something that's, you know, completely verifiable evidence, and you know, you can't take the loss.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, we better wrap up. So I'll talk to you next time, Clint.
Oh yeah, later.
Peace. Alrighty. We've once again gone much longer than I intended to. It's hard not to, though, when you have such great minds all coming together and having conversations and talking about interesting stuff. It's hard to, you know, it's hard to pull the reins back because you know it's good shit. So why would you not want it to keep coming through, right? I do have some stuff I want to run through real quick. First off, let's go ahead and do that mind-blowing moment of the day. Mind-blowing Mind blowing. Brought to you by the Truth Foundation. Mind blowing moment of the day. Our guest earlier was Cate Montana. I think the thing that really kind of resonated with me the most was the thing about the man with the sword. I just got done telling my story about meditating and the spider came out and the big flash and all that. And then she had a similar experience, like some kind of gatekeeper blocking her from reaching a higher level of consciousness. And I thought that was really interesting, mind blowing for me, making that connection. I'm sure everybody will have their own mind blowing moment of the day. News. I don't have a whole lot. I did want to talk about a funny Reddit post that I saw the other day in the occult subreddit. Somebody was talking about they're having an issue because they're invoking and summoning demons, and they worked with this and that demon, and now the demons keep asking them for blood, and they want to know, how can I work with these demons and not have them ask me for blood? And I was just thinking, dude, you'll have to not work with demons, because that's literally all they want. You can't have one. They're always going to ask you for more no matter what you give them. If you give them food, honey, whatever, they're always going to want to take it to the next level. And you're kind of lucky if they're just asking you for blood, because after you give them blood, they're like your own blood, they're going to want the blood of something else. They're going to want you to perform a sacrifice. They're going to want you to kill a rat, and then the rat will turn into a larger animal. It's like in Dracula when, that weird, crazy guy, what was his name? It started with an R. Whatever. But I think they came out with a movie based on him. It had like Jack Nicholson in it, or not Jack Nicholson, Nicolas Cage. Renfield, is that his name? Remember, he's from the Dracula novel or the movie. He's eating the spider, then he has to eat a rat, then he has to eat a snake, and then he has to eat whatever eats the snake. There's something massively parasitic going on with this stuff. So do not, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. Do whatever you want. If you want to summon a demon, go ahead, see what happens. But don't act all shocked and surprised when things get chaotic in your life and these demons start requesting greater and greater sacrifices from you. That's what they all did. Like all these rich families, and how did they get their power? Well, they kept making bigger sacrifices, and eventually they got everything that they wanted. Things fell into place for them thanks to some extra dimensional evil entities that can be more powerful than people think. I mean, not to, we don't want to give them power or say that they're all powerful. Of course not, but they can do things that might surprise you, is what I'm trying to say. So don't play with demons. I did want to talk about sports. Let's run through this. Travis Kelce had a recent tantrum. I'm sure you've all seen the videos. We're talking about football here. They were losing. The Chiefs were losing, and he took his helmet and he just smashed it down. And his new girlfriend, Taylor Swift, was watching, and she's standing there with Patrick Mahomes' wife, and she's like rubbing her back and comforting her. She looked terrified. She looked like a puppy that just saw something horrible or is in just a state of fear. Like that was really negative, that whole thing. And then Travis Kelce, he wants a new helmet, and the coach of the Chiefs, another coach is walking up with the helmet, trying to give it to him, and the coach, he grabs the helmet. He goes, "No, the baby doesn't get a new helmet." Talk about hilarious NFL moments of all time. This has got to be on every highlight reel for the rest of time. This little tantrum, and then the reaction by Taylor Swift, and then not getting his new helmet. What's wrong with these guys? They make millions. Why are they such babies? Why are they throwing their helmets around? It's, I get millions of dollars to toss a football around or catch a football. In Kelsey's case, Travis Kelce. Not to be confused with his brother, Jason Kelsey. Russell Wilson has been benched by the Broncos. Yikes. I don't know why. He's been having a great season, at least personally. His team's been losing, which seems to be an issue for him and others. I think that they're saying that this is the worst trade ever, and it just keeps getting worse. Everybody seems to think that he's on his way out the door. He might wind up with the Raiders or the Falcons. But one thing we can say for sure is that his time in Denver, yikes, think about what Denver fans used to have. And now it's come to this. They might not be good for another 20 years because of what's going on right now. And last but not least, the 49ers, they lost to the Baltimore Ravens, which in my opinion was a beautiful thing. I think we saw who the best team was or is in the NFL right now, and it's not the 49ers. I mean, we'll see how things play out in the playoffs, but at least for now, I'm glad to see the 49ers lose. I just am. I'm sorry. I hope that doesn't hurt anybody. I do want to remind everybody that come to the live show. Fridays, usually around 3 o'clock. I'll let you know if it's a different time. Or you can go to the website and get an updated schedule for the show. I promise I'll start updating it better. But the live show is what it's all about. This is where the minds come together. And we need you because we always want fresh perspectives, new minds, new novel ideas. We want you on this show. So join up with us on YouTube. You can search End of Days Radio and join the latest live show. Hop in the chat, follow the link, come to the backstage, hop on panel, or just hang out and chat. But the live show is what it's all about. The live show. I want to make this live show massive. I want to see thousands and thousands and thousands. I want to see millions of people listening live every time we do this show. Yes, the recorded version is great. You can get to it when you get to it. But the fun is when you actually take part and interact with this show. That's what really makes it special. So come to the live show, please. I beg of thee. Don't forget to donate to the show as well. I need to keep these lights on. I need to keep these servers up. I wish I didn't. I wish that I had a magic rock and I could rub it and just anything would appear right in front of me. Like on Star Trek. What do they call those things? The repopulators. You know, the things that give them the replicators. You want a hamburger, you want a pizza, you just tell it what you want. We need something like that. Hopefully with all this AI stuff, you know, after it's done raping our minds and turning us into satanic slaves. I'm going to be making some changes soon to this room. I'm going to get rid of that pirate flag probably. I'm just, you know, it's been fine. You know, I've been stubborn about it. I think it's cool, but people keep telling me that I'm like Skull and Bones or I'm a Freemason or I'm a not Nazi or something like that. And none of those things are true. That's hogwash. But having the skull and crossbones, it's making people that are maybe a little paranoid or they have a rough understanding of things. It's making them paranoid about me. They think I'm showing symbology. I'm one of them. I'm a Mason, or I'm an agent, or I'm some kind of Jesuit snake hiding in the grass. So I'm gonna just move on from it. I'm thinking about what to put in its place. I was thinking about different things, but it seems like everything symbolizes the Illuminati these days. But if you have an idea, you know, you can tell me, send me an email at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. But I am gonna do something else. I'm just tired of them pushing me against the wall and making accusations and saying you're this, you're that. That's not something I want to be associated with. I don't want to be associated with any type of secret society unless it's the original Brotherhood of the Snake created by Enki. I don't want to do with any of the corrupted ones that came after. Thank you, everybody. It's been a great show. Thank you to our guest. Thank you to everybody on our panel tonight. I loved it. More content for the masses. I hope you learned something tonight. I hope it was worth whatever you had to do to listen to this show. I do know that great things are ahead. Lots of new people joining up, lots of new listeners, lots of guests reaching out. I barely even have to reach out to anybody anymore because I always get emails. Hey, Daniel, when can I come on the show? I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And I love it. It just, it's so fluid. If you want to be on the show, email me, Daniel, endofdaysradio@gmail.com. But if you'd like me to be on your show, that works for me too. Email me. If you have an idea of a hot guest that you would love to hear me interview and love to interact with our panel, then email me, please. That's it for me. I'm glad that I made it under 5 hours tonight. I'm giving myself a huge pat on the back. I'm going to quit before I get to that 4 hour and 43 mark. Sometimes less is better. I don't want you to have to, just keep listening and listening and listening. 6 hours is a little too long, but I know you like the long shows too. So I am still, as you can see, I'm still keeping them pretty darn long, longer than any other podcast. So I hope you enjoy the content. If you have any ideas for the show, I'd love to hear them. Always trying to just make things bigger and better, more educational, more enlightening, more novel, more diverse. Hey, look, we just had 2 female guests in a row. Who's woke now, Hollywood? Who's woke now, Twitter? Who's mirror on the wall? Who's the wokest of them all? Exactly. So if you're hip, if you're hip to a free thinker like myself, who does not discriminate, who makes a concerted effort to have more female guests on his show, then support Daniel, support End of Days Radio, support the team here. That's what we are. We're a team. We're like the Justice League or the Avengers. We're the Avengers of truth. And when superheroes like this come together, when forces like us come together, good things happen. Until we eventually get that knock on the door and it's the Men in Black. And they're holding a noose and they tell us that it's time. No, I'm just kidding. No one's coming to our door. Love you guys. I'll see you next time. This is Daniel signing out from those crumbling, rustic, hoary, hideous, broken ruins of Babylon. Have a good night, everybody. Love you. Love what you do. Thank you. Good night. Hit that music.